to announce the third and the last day of soil assembly. We had 2 exciting days of panelists.
Recording in progress.
Inside this amazing architecture of Samira Ratot at the Cobber Yard. 2 exciting days with performances, workshops, talks on theories and active projects that are inside and living the theories and ideals of how we increase our soil ecologies, and also a lot of networking for multilateral coalitions. For this last day of the soil assembly, I will introduce today the 2 panels, which are on food transportations as well as on living communities. And this last day of panelists will be also the ending for us of an online streaming and presentation. But the panels, they will stay archived on the site as well. So every day you can go back and have a look and repeat and see what all has been given as content. Today's panels, the 2 of them, the first has the topic of food transportation, climate change, and ocean trades. Amongst the panelists, there is the independent curator, Ravi, who will talk and introduce his project on future of transportation. There is Kumar, an artist and farmer from Bangalore city, and also Gabriel Ghee, who is owner of the Teti press and will introduce his publication on the Maritime poetry. Time's Up is an international artist group consisting since 1996, based in Linz, Austria, but from around the world. For the second panel, there will be the title Living Projects and Living Communities, which dives a bit more in projects that are currently active. So from journalism, exhibiting, hackers, and artists. There is Aastha Chauhan from Bangalore, a Bangalore-based artist, lecturer, and researcher. And then a growing culture, which I'm really proud to introduce here, a very outstanding journalism that has a strong voice on food sovereignty and gives voice to the farmers. There is Margaux Schwaab from Food Culture Day, a Biennale, but also a platform for knowledge sharing and know-how on ecology and food within the artistic practices, but also transdisciplinary practices. As well as at the end, Marc Dusseiller from Hectaria Network, who will introduce the project of Rocha, which has been a 2 years ongoing research on how to measure and make visible soil ecology. So for now, I will introduce Ewen Chardronnet, who will moderate and guide the first panel.
Hello, everybody. So, the slides. So I'm really delighted to moderate this discussion. It's also a question that I'm really particularly interested in, this question of food and transportation. I will give a, let's say, introduction to this panel. I will try to make it not too long, but I prepared you some slides to give a context of the impact of food transportation and climate change. Yeah. So when we talk about climate change and global warming, it's no doubt connected to the story of globalization. One could even argue that at certain point in the history of globalization, now known as a great acceleration, you can see on the graphics since the 1950s onward, everything has been going somehow exponential, and it's overwhelmingly contributed to the forging of this connection. So much of so that some scholars have been the beginning of the Anthropocene, the so-called era of the impact of humankind on the planet, down to this period itself, starting with, could say also with the atomic bomb in 1945. UN studies tells that the food systems contribute around 21 to 37% of the global anthropogenic causes of greenhouse gas emissions for the period 2007-2016. Food needs to be grown and processed, transported, distributed, prepared, consumed, and sometimes disposed of. Each of these steps creates greenhouse gases that trap the sun's heat and contribute to climate change. I insist a bit here because a third of all human-caused greenhouse gases emission is linked to food. The largest chunk of food-related greenhouse gases come from agriculture and land use. This includes, for instance, methane from cattle's digestive process, nitrous oxide from fertilizers used for crop production, carbon dioxide from cutting down forests for the expansion of farmland, or the agricultural emissions from manure management, rice cultivation, burning up crop residues, and of course the use of fuel on farms. Other share of the greenhouse gas emissions of food are caused by whether refrigeration and transport of food, industrial processes such as the production of paper and aluminum or packaging, and the management of food waste. Animal-based foods, especially red meat, dairy, and farmed shrimps, are generally associated with the highest greenhouse gas emissions. This is because meat production often requires extensive grasslands, which is often created by cutting down trees, releasing carbon dioxide stored in forest. Cows and sheep emit methane as they digest grass and plants. The cattle's waste and pastures and chemical fertilizer used on crops for cattle feed emit nitrous oxide, among powerful greenhouse gases. Shrimp farms, we are on seaside here, right? Shrimp farms often occupy coastal lands formerly covered in mangrove forests, which absorb huge amounts of carbon. The large carbon footprint of the shrimp and prawns is mainly due to the stored carbon that is released into the atmosphere when mangroves are cut down to create shrimp farms. Then plant-based foods, such as fruit and vegetables, whole grains, beans, peas, nuts, and lentils, generally use less energy, land, and water, and have lower greenhouse gas intensities than animal-based foods. But a recent study published in Nature in July 22 shows that food miles, the distance between the place where food is grown to your plate, has a much higher carbon footprint than previously estimated. The carbon cost is actually around 19% of all food-related transportation emissions. Just transportation of food is responsible for about 6% of the world greenhouse gas emissions. Scientists will carried out the research, analyzed 74 countries and region and 37 different types of food. You can see here the food production, of course, meat emit a lot in food, but also transport of vegetables and fruits are also highly emitting. While China and the United States or India and Russia are the top food transport emitters overall, high-income countries are disproportionate contributors. Countries such as the United States, Germany, France, and Japan constitute 12.5% of the world population, but yet generate nearly half of food transport emissions. Transportation associated with fruit and vegetables add up to around 36% of the total food miles emissions, nearly doubling the amount of greenhouse gas emissions from the production. You can again see this on the graph. Meat production, on the other hand, emits around 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, but transportation costs a little over 100 million tons. The high emission for fruit and vegetables is largely due to carbon-intensive refrigeration to keep produce looking as rip and plump as possible. The studies say we tend to interpret information around us in simplistic terms, like meat is bad and vegetables are good. Fruit and vegetables are the highest food mile emission because they often needed to be refrigerated and consumed, and consumers demand a lot of out-of-season foods. So what to do? Well, if we want to sum up, and according to the United Nations, where appropriate, shifting food system toward plant-rich diets, with more plant protein, reduced amount of animal-based food, and less saturated fats, such as dairy-based products, coconut oil, palm oil, can lead to a significant reduce in greenhouse gas emission compared to current dietary patterns in most countries and mostly industrial countries. Reducing food waste is also key. Almost 1 billion tons of food, 70% of all food available to consumers worldwide, goes into trash bins every year. Loss of food in transportation is enormous. If food waste were a country, it would be the third largest emitting country in the world. Around 30% of fruits and vegetables is wasted due to lack of proper storage and handling, delays during the transportation and distribution stages. Food waste and losses are mostly due to breakdown in the cold chain, product handling during transportation, climate conditions, or poor production planning of the utilization of raw materials. Calibration culture also has an impact. Even if the so-called imperfect food, like bad-looking fruits or veg, can actually be used in the same exact manner as perfect food, so-called, and taste the same unscooped. Rich countries can reduce their food transport emissions through various other mechanisms. This includes investing in cleaner energy sources for vehicles, incentivizing food businesses to use less emission-intensive production and distribution methods. Implementing zero low carbon transportation systems in last mile can also be a key element to reduce pollution by carbon emission in cities. Other interesting option is a fair transport movement, whose goal is to minimize the CO2 footprint by raising awareness of sustainable transportation and show that food, feed, or freight can be transported in an environmentally friendly and sustainable manner. So in this panel, we also want to reflect on the transportation of food and feed via sailing. It carries a lot of meaning here, in the port of Muziris and Kochi. Ports were born long before petrol age. Another model we can discuss is also the Fab City model, so-called, that proposes a new urban economic and social industrial model that relocalizes production to the city and to bioregional context. Here another graph from the Fab City. The largest chunk of sorry. I wanted to introduce you the perma-circularity model, which is a composite between permaculture and circular economy. The term coined in 2016 by Christian Arnsperger and Dominique Bourg, and we've been talking a lot about this question and during the preparation of this event, not only because, let's say, this movement wants to point out that there's, let's say, the circular economy, so-called, is also being appropriated and could be used in some, let's say, gated societies of the so-called new green capitalism. You can see a bit of this, whether you have a holistic view, but you can also consider this can be used as a segmented view, and you see this fortress circular economy. So that's also something we should keep in mind. But I want just to now go to our panelists. And regarding transportation impact, the study in Nature that I was talking about has one main advice: eat local and seasonal. And yesterday we were talking at dinner, I remember, about lychees or kiwis. In Europe tables, sometimes we get lychees from China or kiwis from New Zealand. It's a question we really should ask ourselves. And so this really is to demand unseasonal foods year round, and which need to be transported from elsewhere. It's really a question. So if the whole population of the planet would eat locally, emission will drop by around 1/3 of a gigaton. For foods that must be transported, shifting to cleaner vehicles could also help to lessen the blow. So the Nature study acknowledges this scenario. It cannot always be realistically applied. To say maybe because many regions cannot be self-sufficient in food supply, it could be still implemented in various degrees. For example, there is a considerable potential for peri-urban agriculture to nourish urban residents. The so-called locavore culture should be, in that sense, promoted. Local food that is produced within the short distance of where it is consumed, often accompanied by a social structure and supply chain different from the large-scale supermarket system. Eating local seasonal alternatives, here maybe French season map and Indian one, could really provide maybe a healthier future in that sense. So I would like to ask Suresh Kumar to join us on the floor. Suresh is a Bangalore-based visual artist who in recent years has worked with performance and community-based art practices. Suresh works throughout this artistic career to deconstruct the narrative topic of both India's first modernity and the second, revealing the fissures and discontinuities between the promises and reality, city and village, agriculture, industry, old and the new working in harmony to build a new India. The Sarjapura Curries is a homegrown project of Suresh Kumar. It has been his dream project since he was a little boy. He's going to tell us a little bit more about his vision regarding this. And I give you the floor, Suresh. Thank you for being with us.
Nice. Thank you all. Thank you for introducing and setting up this whole setup. And thanks, Srishti, Meena, and all the team, and my previous colleagues and at Future of Transport. Somehow I'm in a weirdest panel with all statistics showed. I'll be more sharing on the softer side of all this, more story. And but I'll be not presenting what Sarjapura Curries is doing, but I'll be more talking about what constitutes what I'm practicing right now at this project alone. And it's a time-bound project, but most of my previous projects, this unfortunately has not come with a deadline yet. So I wish to sum up this project soon. But in the process, I have all these questions which I'm going to raise today in concerning with the stress that we have on ourselves and also on our ecology and also on our system around, because we are particular what you want to eat for that desire, So I'll just play a small video because a lot of people don't know Sarjapura Curries, things like that, or they know means they might have not seen how the actual farm looks like right now. This is an old video. We'll just play. It's a very journalistic video. I didn't make video. I have not got time to make a video about my farm yet. So whatever is there online is all the very romanticized, heroic kind of videos. So I apologize for that. So Benjamin, please play the video and then I'll talk.
the Curries is now on the second edition. Last year it was more on a national scale to encourage women gardeners in the suburbs and the urban families around to look back or revisit kitchen gardens and things like that. And I say this is my art project, not my art project accepted. I'm not quit art to do this. This is my practice. So it's a very strong connection. It's very personal also that single parent and then having a daughter, and also she had health issues and things like that. So that kind of made me to rethink about the food we are consuming, for example. There are many farmers around the globe making vegetables, and this village we were serving is just beside Sarjapura, with the village with the highest number of vegetables in this entire town. Another part where you don't find any green, where the curry in most fancy restaurants, vegetarian restaurants, because nobody is growing. And then you have such, and I've seen such so many varieties of curries here in this region. That's why that urge for me to do this project based on the curries becomes very important. Now it's the season for Anisapu. I am delivering Anisapu at the same time people will ask what is the recipe. And I immediately share the recipe for them. So I'm just introducing this vegetation, but I'm also introducing the recipes here, local recipes. This knowledge of eating local is very important. Because, not just because we have to be like, not in a patriotic way, not in the kind of nationalistic sense. I'm talking about because they don't attract much disease. A seed like cabbage or a vegetable like cabbage, which is grown mostly in like Himachal, like conditions or kind of conditions, and you try to build a crop and plant it in polar conditions, so I definitely face like So then farmers also say a lot of pesticide and all these things. We can't make an ideal plot or farm to grow everything else. So based on the region, what is thriving there, what is native to that, is what actually we have to do. So my logic of now is, if I'm not able to make a good seed in my climatic conditions, I should go out. First, fruits and I have a seeds. And unfortunately, the urban gardeners are the ones who have many varieties of seeds. I don't think that actually farmers have. Farmers have no patience to take this don't see in case in kind of situation we are around the city. Today we ended up with 2 varieties of beets. We ended up with maybe 1 or 2 varieties of chilies. But what happened to all the seeds which were there? Well, for me, food matters first. Food is about probably the community. Food brings people together. A lot of people have replicated what we are doing. That's the whole idea.
Sorry, I'm using my daughter's iPad. I need password from her all the time. That image. Yes. Okay. So that's the web page of Sarjapura Curries. Still not totally active, but that speaks a lot. Yes, that image. Yes. So that's the homepage of our website, which says you see as the COVID eased over the time, and a lot of students, a lot of children, a lot of families started visiting the farm. For many families and many students or kids, their first outing was our farm, because some of the newborn kid for 3 months has not seen the sky also, because they stayed in an apartment nearby. So they didn't know where to take their baby first out, So this farm had become something like that for a lot of people like that. It's not about what we grow and what we're selling and all that, but this farm was something like for them post-COVID and in this troubled times that they could relate to this. And so now we have a line of events happening with children and things like that. So I ended up, though I isolated myself from teaching and just and went to this kind of a mode in the farm, but students started coming, children started coming, so I ended up as a teacher, and now I'm back at with the colleagues here again. So thank you. And okay, now coming back to the actual talk today about food and transportation. What makes us to this old statistics we were said about to burden ourselves around and things like that. First is like something like nostalgia. We are nostalgic to certain food. And then we have longing for certain food, and then we have or the sense of belonging. Like a lot of people I've seen migrating from India to other countries, and they want to have a curry patta plant in Canada or US. Curry patta is a curry leaf plant, or vice versa. And something when they see a plant, like a holy plant, like a basil or something, they relate to their homes back in India, something like that. Or it is just mere body cravings, and. Then this happened to us vice versa also. When we were colonized, a lot of Portuguese and British, a lot of people bought a lot of things to us, especially Bangaloreans, because they realized that Bangalore is a very moderate temperature. We are between the high hill station at Ooty and then the Chennai presidency in Chennai. So they couldn't grow much in Chennai, and they had ideal conditions in Ooty. So they tried to tropicize a lot of plants that even apples were grown in Lalbagh in Bangalore. So things like that. And grapes is grown 2 times in a year in Bangalore. So this was an ideal condition, and that's how it gets a tag called Garden City. And also Bangalore is also a man-made city. Both greens, the green in Bangalore is man-made. We don't have rivers as such, and we don't have lake. Of course, sea is not there too far, and we are on the very higher altitude. So all people did was, as they inhabited the city grew, they kind of harvested the water then and there and built a lot of tanks. Basically, they're not lakes, but they're tanks, and they saved water and they made the greens. So the forest around and the trees around and things like that. So all they did is they planted trees on the roadsides so that they can commute in the shade, because there's nothing around. There's no forest to cut and walk into the jungle or something like that. So this is the setup. And then what constitutes other thing is the migrants. I've seen a lot of migrants moving to other cultures, and they're missing some food. For example, if a Nepal family goes to the Gulf, they might be missing certain plants. So they'll try to grow mustard greens or something like that in Dubai, like condition there, as a whatever seeds they could take. And some countries, the airports or the immigration is very strict about the seeds, so that you don't take and make mess with there. But we have enough mess around here with the migrant species around, And then as we get nostalgia, for example, there's a story that how we at Karnataka in Chikmagalur estates, we ended up growing coffee so much, and we are exporting very pristine, good quality coffee to rest of the world. And that best coffee, you still don't get it in Bangalore, So the story is that one of the saint or whatever holy person had been to Gulf to get to the Mecca, things like that, and he steals few seeds of coffee. It steals because it was like very monopolized and things like that. So seeds are bought to Chikmagalur and tried there, and we are one of the largest coffee producers today in India. And what happens to that story is, we know that how the coffee estates bloomed and how the native crops kind of all gone there, so the plantation ideas. So the nativity goes, and then we are busy making money and making things, and we forget that we should grow our own food also there. And courtesy the green revolutions and the food revolution, the milk revolutions, all that made us to build a lot of dams. And what dams are doing, not only for the ecology, to our own food system. We have surplus rice or surplus wheat or surplus sugarcane, and we are telling people to eat rice now. So like my father, maybe 60 years back, didn't eat rice at all, despite being in Bangalore. because rice was a very precious thing. The rice was used only during the Deepavali, is a festival of lights, that to make a kajaya or sweet. That's what. So today the government supplies us 20 kilos free rice every month to your door. I'm talking about the just this whole thing of how it has changed in 50 years, that what we are eating and what we are forced to eat, or what we are no options to eat else, anything else, and through the food distribution system. And same story with potatoes. We South Indians were never liking potatoes because it doesn't suit us, because we don't have extreme cold conditions in South India, more or less in Bangalore especially, and we don't sweat in Bangalore, and today we're eating potatoes almost on daily basis. So what native or my ancestors said is to avoid potatoes so that you don't get like joint pains and arthritis and things like that. So potato was like the least consumed vegetable around. And this whole thing about hybridization, because we wanted to feed a lot of people, and then hybridization came in. So the hybridization not only produced a lot of food, but actually it lost a lot of nutrition also. Forget about organic and non-organic, chemical and all that. Just because hybrid has also made some kind of a uniformity to the crops, minimize the crops. Like you would have like 20 varieties or 30 varieties of bottle gourds. Now it's boiled down to only 2 shapes. I'm not talking about the varieties. I'm talking about the 2 shapes of bottle gourds and 1 size of snake gourd. So the size is very important here, because as the families are becoming kind of a nuclear families, you have only couples or you have 1 child. So you can't buy a bottle gourd of this size and take it home. And we mostly developed, post-COVID, we developed the phobia for the cut fruits or cut vegetables. So what the hybrid companies were making the seeds for this vegetables, they've developed a snake gourd, which is supposed to be snake gourd as thus long, has come up to this size now. One family can buy one small snake gourd, and to consume that's enough. And ash gourd is so big, still now they have not developed any small ash gourd yet. These are the fears that as a farmer, as a vendor, I deliver vegetables every day, I deliver milk every day. So how this is also affecting real time, because I'm talking about the real experiences, what I'm facing as a farmer, as a vendor, as a consumer. So this hybridization not only promised our thing, but also it restricted a lot of growth. So as I said in the video, that none of the farmers have any native seeds anymore. It's the only passionate urban gardeners or the real remote tribes somewhere consciously working in interiors are the ones who have seeds. Actual farmers, commercial farmers don't have seeds with them. And same with the milk transportation. When our native cows were giving 1 liter, depending on their mood, and depending on their choices, whether you like that day the person or not. Our cow does that. She's very moody. And she gives milk only to 1 lady. That's all. If anybody else tries, no, she's not. So our milk consumption was based on emotions of the animal. And our eggs, when they decided that I'll lay only eggs for 15 days and next 15 days I'm busy hatching my kids or whatever it is. So, but today, no, you have varieties like which can give 365 days eggs without a male cock mating it. Forget about sun and light and food and things like that. Okay. So we have eggs every day. We have milk eggs, and we also ended up with excess production of milk. So we don't know what to do milk. Then the advertisers started coming saying that drink milk every day, stay healthy, even for adults. It's not only that children have to drink milk. Adults are forced to drink milk with the advertisers. And then people started saying no to milk. And then they said, okay, you don't milk. We'll set the same milk powder into set curds. You're not liking milk, you're forced to or influenced to eat set curd, set dahi, what you're very fancy. And how the ice cream companies are increasing because you have more milk powder left. There's a story which I heard about US in the 60s and it's happening in India right now. And then same with the story with the oils. So my grandmother is to challenge her daughter-in-laws. It's a joint family, so including my mother. So she would challenge a new come home daughter-in-law, saying that anybody who uses green chilies and anybody who uses a tadka is seasoning with oil. End of the dish, you season the curry or greens or the sabzi or something like that. So any lady, derogatorily, any lady who uses green chilies in the recipe and oil tadka can make any dish. And that's what dabas are doing for us. All street side food is not without any green chilies at all. Okay, so green first of all, chilies is not ours. We only use peppers. We never had chilies actually. And forget about green chilies, fresh green chilies. So if at all traditionally in India, we were using is the ripe chilies, dried chilies, which is much safer to our whatever system and things like that. And the oils, I'm saying. So we have excess oil. As a child, I was growing up, I never saw somebody frying kebabs, chicken in oil. I never. At the most was a sweet dish, but today we are seeing every street food, every fancy food on Instagram, say post-COVID, is all about frying. Some are deep fried, some are double fried, some are triple fried. And sad story of the millets. We built dams and we ended up growing excess rice, and we don't know what to do with that rice now. So we ended up giving for free to all the villagers. 20 kgs free. This happened even with the populist governments like N.T. Ramarao in Andhra Pradesh, who started first one to give under the food security or whatever populist projects. It's eating millets and other things, jawar and things like that, which actually, if you make a roti, you can never eat roti with rasam. Can somebody eat roti with rasam? But you can eat rice with rasam. So that happened there. When you're forced to give them, rice for 2 kilos, they stop growing millets and things like that, or stopped eating, because they have, first of all, the working class doesn't have time. They have to rush back to the work. And so what they did is they ended up eating rice with rasam and moving on. So when they were eating rotis, they had other options to eat, either greens or either kalu or something to eat with the roti. So or some kind of a chutneys and gojus and things like that. So that made them to stick on to this. My daughter loves anna rasam so much. It's easy. So it's very difficult to achieve a roti with vegetables and things like that. And dams actually gave us all white things: sugarcane, maida, and of course palm oils from elsewhere. And then not only talking about this, about the fabric we are wearing, and I've really experienced a bio cotton innerwear, how long it can last. A lot of people who might have tried, lucky ones are in the Europe, who can still buy bio cotton fabrics. I mean, I'm not talking about cotton alone. I'm talking about the native cotton fabric used in your in making of it, organically grown and native seeds. The cloth will never give up. I tried it. But whereas even the cotton what we buy in from the fancy fabric and things like that, it can give up because it's not a native seed and it's not organically grown. We are satisfied if it's just handloom made, that's enough, or natural dye used, we are satisfied. It's like satisfying when you see a shop initially in 90s, not naturally grown, fresh vegetables available here. We were happy with that in 90s. If a board says fresh, oh, it's coming freshly, without transportation or something like that. But then we realize, no, fresh is not enough. It has to be chemical free. Then we realize, okay, chemical free. Okay. Then organic. 99% of all our organic produce is still hybrid only. Not heirloom varieties or desi varieties. And we know the difference. We are only satisfied now with the chemical free food. That's all. But not gone to the what's happening to a body by or what constitutes and what is the taste, what is this memory, what is this nostalgia, difference between a native snake guard fragrance and the hybrid safer food snake guard. And also we're talking about alien plants and invasive and things like that, and how much allergies we are getting through. So people have developed, because of this kind of milk practices we are having, that's why people have developed this allergies towards milk also. Milk, which was supposed to be one of the safest thing, and we adulterated it so much, in the sense not adulterated, it's processed it so much that our children got developing allergies towards it. And now we have to fancy ourselves and call we are into veganism and things like that. Very unfortunate. And when we're talking about the oils, the milk, when we talk about the transportation, my great grandmother would only take a ghee on her head top and walked from Sarjapura to cantonment to sell her ghee to the British colonies there. So she would not take milk at all because she would really walk for 3 hours. So what was being transported at the time was only ghee possible, and ghee is still safe, but not the butter or the fresh milk. So allergies, talking about the allergies, why we are talking about native species, and it's not that in the national sense, as I said, it is about the allergies we develop because of their alien, because how the Bangalore saw a lot of trees which bought from different continents to experiment and to try and to beautify our city, and how a lot of people developed allergies towards breathing them. Like Parthenium, for example, when it flowers is most dangerous, and a lot of people can't even touch them. But it's everywhere, things like, or lantana in the forests. And yeah, I talked about the animal and the chicken. So these are the all the topics which I'm addressed now is something more or less is guiding my practice at Sarjapura Curries. We try to develop fresh milk in a very symbolic way. Every day milk is taken to most of the communities around, and also we try to encourage women to graze their cattle. Poor families who doesn't have land, but there are a lot of because it's Sarjapura is surrounded with a huge institutional spaces and real estate and things like that. So there are a lot of empty lands still marked and bought from the farmers, but they've not built yet. They're waiting for the prices to go up and things like that. So these empty spaces gives boon to the cattle grazing and sheep and the goat grazing. So this gives a lot of possibilities for the smaller agrarian lives who doesn't have land, but to live on the livestock and things like that. So it's a new trend. When everyone are farming, everyone had the farmlands and it's active, then they can't have cattle much and they can't have goats and sheep because there's no land to graze. The gomalas are gone. Gomalas are the lands which actually are dedicated traditionally for the grazing of the cattle and things like that. So this is kind of is a kind of a indirect boom for a lot of people who are into, of course, a lot of landless farmers communities and women especially go for working in this gated communities and things like that. That's the story of the other side. At least they should know 2-3 languages now if they want to survive as a maid in Bangalore. By default, they have to know Hindi. So women, if she can't speak Hindi, she will be not taken to the work also. Things like that. So, people, we encourage this woman at least who are grazing cattle in the wild, in the nature, not tied out. We don't buy milk from the farmers who are like more in farm scale, and they tie the cattle all day and they feed one kind of a grass, that farm grass, and it's very bad. So I observed during my last 3 years of stay, how even this Holstein and Jersey cows are unable to stand also. Forget about delivering milk and all that. So when they're fully pregnant, I've seen 4 or 5 cows in 2 years that they've collapsed and they couldn't get up also, and they're gone, and the farmers lost money also on it. So things like that. So this is happening to the animal itself. Forget about us. And then we also encourage women to have a desi hen in the things. It's not that we at the farm are able to grow everything, because I mostly focus more on this pedagogy and things like that. I'm unable to scale up, and it's not my intention to scale up this farm, but rather see it as a model. And in the Google Maps, when they ask for the tag, I proudly put it as a museum only, because I know that. But at the same time, I have to show the numbers, I have to show the profit to the other farmers to replicate this model. So I'm hardcore that way as a vendor, and I talk money. And in art, I couldn't talk money, but here I have to talk money so that the other farmers can see the numbers, that how much profit I'm making, how much are my turkey berries costing, So that's another story. You can Google search for Sarjapura Curries for the other stories. What we are focusing on this, making this local uncultivated greens popular, or uncultivated vegetables popular, like turkey berries, sundakai, what you call in Tamil, and manthakalis, and all these things. So we are trying to, and also when we are growing, when you talk about local greens, I'm not growing methi and palak at all, but rather want to introduce the customers and other people, other greens. Like our popular package of greens, which we want to sell also popular and proudly, is about something called berke sopu. Berke sopu means mixed greens. So the very knowledge of how women used to forage in the wild, the same practice we do in the farm, in the cultivation model also. So these are the models, or the clues for something that farmers can see. But till now, despite 2.5 years of work in this place, in this village, I've still not touched or influenced the actual professional farmers who are making money out of growing vegetables. So all these people who come on board, unfortunately, are the ones who have a little education or more education, or who had some kind of an odd jobs in the city, and they moved on to the farms in the retired life or post-COVID life, and they have decided to realize what they're doing and what they're not doing and things like that. Our young guys who are doing odd jobs now decided to do farming in their own lands and stay back in the village, grow some mushrooms or grow some hen and chicken. So we could influence only those people, but the hardcore people who are making a lot of money, they still see me as one teacher or master or something like that, you know, because I also happen to teach Azim Premji University is next to a farm only. So it's not my farm. I've rented a farm from my relatives. So we are very close to that. So they see me as one teacher guy. So he happens to talk like this and he'll talk and preach like this. So they would not consider me, either they're considering me too serious or they would not consider me as a competitor or somebody who's making money also. So this is a flip side, but I have patience to do, and I don't know how long I can do it, but it's a good side that there's so much students are interested, and I'm talking to schools locally and things like that, that whenever I get an opportunity to teach art, I'd rather teach gardening for them. So try to set up little garden patches. And the way we see, I told on the first day also this question, the way we introduced weaving and textile or the basic hand skills like pottery and things like that. I wish that gardening or to see how food is grown in front of us can inspire a lot of children to eat better and live better. Thank you. So when the term comes, that one image, please. This is something I found yesterday, so I had to keep it secretly and sharing it today.
Thank you, Suresh. It's I would have already plenty of questions. Still, we have a bit to move on. I just wanted maybe to ask you, how do you organize sharing or selling? Do you sell, or are you sharing the distribution also on the local level in Bangalore to the projects of your farm?
Yes, since I told about this project, actually got into the farm scale from nursery scale during the lockdown, severe lockdown. So me and my daughter actually were locked down in the farm in a small space. You could see that in the video that we set up the kitchen, everything, sleeping place was all same. So first thing was that for me, the intention of selling was not the priority initially, but unfortunately that guy was helping us in the gardening. He had no job and his wife also had lost her job. So I wanted to continue to support him during that time. So that's how what I did is, and also there's no transport system at the time to bring him from the other village. So what I did is on my scooter, I has to go him and get him from his village and back in the evening. So that was the route. Actually, I made it as my first delivery route. To bring him, and I'm going to bring him, I would sell little vegetables what I have for the houses on the road. So that's how it started. And today we have 2 delivery people to deliver and also to take it to a warehouse nearby, like a Farmazon app, so that goes to the other parts of the city also, but very limited. We would not grow very popular things. We would only grow what we want to grow. And people are not happy, but we have a beautiful WhatsApp group. There are like more than 300 people. It's not that all 300 are buying, but they're watching what I'm doing. So it's a very potential audience. And recently we started an art space, like an art residency and an exhibition space to promote artworks and art projects. We're working on theme of food and ecology and things like that. So for me, to set up this art space, the audience are my customers. So it's a vice versa. And very soon after I go back, I'll be setting up a farmer's market in this art space. So when I say come see art, they would not come. But when I say come buy good eggs and good milk or good vegetables, the people will come. I mean, the commoners around, they would come. So eventually they'll be guided to such projects or such awareness through the art space there. So that way we have a very good system. Even just half an hour before, I was coordinating to cut a hen chicken and deliver today to a customer. So I'm that way I'm quite hardcore. I mean, to some of the people I even cook and also deliver. So that it's very emotional and very personal. That way I'm the customer base is built in last 2.5 years. So they're very nice. They don't argue with me, or they don't like the pizza, no, that if you're late, they are sent back and all that, or you're fined or you get pizza free. No, even if your milk spoiled, they're very humble to say, Suresh, milk is spoiled, please check. So they're very humble, and it's a kind of a very beautiful kind of customers they are. And if our delivery person gets drunk and it doesn't deliver that day, if I go to deliver, definitely it will be 2 hours more, because everyone will be greeting me and inviting me home and things like that.
And thank you. And maybe I ask the last one, and it's also to reflect on yesterday's conversations. You were talking about a bit this, nostalgia of like home food, and you're traveling and you're living in different regions. And yesterday Vivek was also mentioning how to grow, traveling plants in a way, plants like he was talking about the wasabi or avocado as, and it's also in a way bringing some home food for certain people here and try to grow it here in Kerala. And there was also Nora Oswest, who was talking about decolonizing your plate. Would say the other way around is like we get, international type of vegetables, and we get used to some, let's say, diets that are not like really own diets. We eat, I don't know, in Europe, it's like avocado a lot, and it's that come from Latin America mostly. So she was talking also about how to decolonize your plate. I wanted to know how you react to those two, let's say, interpretation of how do we relate to our food culture, food habits, whether we miss our own food or whether we have been colonized in our plate.
This is, I'm really, for me, this whole exercise is much more on the not bringing stress on the farming community and also on the land and the ecology around. So it's not more like a nationalistic, because we saw this with the right-wing regime now. A lot of people are talking always about this desi cows and desi seeds and desi knowledge and things. So I'm really not into that. Though I sound like, when I talk and all these things, people think that I'm a vegetarian and hardcore into this kind of a nationalistic approach to this. I'm very always clear. I eat beef and I eat everything and things like that. But there is this value in it, So I only want to not just go back for the sake of going back. I'm seeing practicality, that why our farmers are giving up farming, despite having knowledge and despite having system, despite wanting to do farming. And where is the stress coming on their health and their psych, and this whole farmer suicides happening and things like that. Because this farmer suicides is more of not the small farmers, actually. These are the farmers who are, in a way, have a little extra hope, or they're into some kind of a plantations, or there's some kind of a monocropping habits, things like that. So the farmer who has a very small land or a small patch, still more or less in a good conditions, can grow little decent food to survive. It's not that these farmers are committing suicide because they didn't had food to eat or something like that. It is because they are kind of a forced to do certain practice now. We are almost there. We have stolen certain kind of a life from them with our dams and with our system we built around. So this is something that I'm trying to say. But what I say is, I know that with the kitchen, like today morning, I was talking to the school children. So what I was telling them is that I know you can't grow sugarcane on your terrace. You can't grow your make sugar. I'm not into that kind of a thing. I'm just saying, if your 70% or 80% of your food is safer, the rest of the 20-30%, if it's junk, you can manage. Your body can cope with it. But if you give it to somebody else that they'll dictate what you eat, then we'll have nothing to eat. Then even the normal food and the green herb, which is anybody's knowledge, anybody can grow and eat. And tomorrow you have to depend on only as a capsule and a medicine for the resources or the nutrition in your body. This is happening now. So we have Ayurveda. We have natural remedies. We have natural medicines, which is based on the same knowledge, what we are trying to do. But I don't want that to become somebody's specialist knowledge. I want that to be people's knowledge. So people should have control over that, and people should grow that, and they should consume that. So all the solutions, what I'm talking through, this herbal greens and vegetables, is not a solution for some remedies in your body. It is that how women and people consumed on a daily basis, so that they don't have to go to the doctor or to the specialist by paying money and making the resources abused there as a medicine.
Yeah, but talking about several generation families in agriculture. I mean, I talk myself, I had experience in my own family that, my grandfather during Green Revolution, let's say in the 50s, 60s, 70s, developed the farm. And then it was transmitted to my uncle, and lately my cousin, who took the farm back, wanted to turn back the farm and the land to more organic practices, and the middleman said, no, your father has signed contracts 20 years ago that you have to do this cabbage or this cauliflower in a certain way with pesticide and stuff like that, and you can't really just change like this because it's been long-term contracts. So this also about, we talk about suicide and depression of certain families. This goes on generations in the last 50, 60 years. So bringing new practices when you have the chance to do it, not all farmers have actually can do that on their, let's say, larger lands, or maybe you have a word to say on that. But
see, as I said, this project all started from the kitchen garden itself. And I said even many things, because in the art side, I'm seen more as an art activist, you know. But when I went back to this project, I went with a humble feeling in it. I'm not there as an eco warrior or change things and things like that. I went there simply to archive the recipes. In the process of archiving recipes, I realized that actually our recipes have survived, but the ingredients are gone. Why? I mean, I keep very derogatorily saying no grandmothers and none of my aunts died with the recipes. They didn't have it as a secret. You know, the recipes still are the same. But why I'm losing, or why we're feeling nostalgic about the taste and the thing, is because the ingredients are not there.
Yeah.
It's not, I'm not talking about the spices. I'm talking about the very greens or the very vegetable, which is to give that flavor to you when you are young, you know, 50 years back or 40 years back. Today, that ingredient is not there. That vegetable is no more in the same condition. Forget about the chemical and pollutant. The taste itself, what these hybrid crops are giving to you, they're blank. So why would children eat that vegetables? So my solution is coming, or my question or my query is coming from that small grassroots level. Then just going everywhere for me as an academicians and theoreticians and things like that. So I'm really working at a very
just how to act and to show how to be some kind of leverage on the political level for people who have been working in agriculture for decades. And it's
unfortunately I'm more I've been invited to do workshops with school children, a lot of organizations, institutions, and I feel that I'm very optimistic that I can inspire some people as I practice.
Okay, I think it's a good one to stop here. We come back in a discussion later, and it's 3 o'clock, and I'm going to give now the floor to Gabriel and Ghee. Gabriel is an associate professor in art history of Franklin University in Switzerland. His current research, that's not Gabriel on the screen. That's team Boykott later. His current research interest rooted in contemporary aesthetic looks at the changing imaginaries of our interconnected global cultures, in particular through industrial heritage, port cities, and natural environments, with particular case studies in Europe and Southeast Asia, paying attention to the potential of artistic research to open new spaces for cultural dialogue and innovation. His recent publications include a co-edited volume on mobile souls. We heard about it on Wednesday, and on Maritime Poetics from coast to hinterland, where he's probably going to give a bit of more words now. Gabriel co-founded the Teti group in 2011 and guides the group activities to this day. Gabriel, we are delighted to listen to you now. And welcome.
Thank you very much, Ewen. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's great to be able to join you today. And many thanks to the organizers for the invitation to participate. The Kochi-Muziris Biennale, to Ewen, and Maya Minder, of course, Neil White and Mina Vari. I'll try and share my screen, maybe. Yes. And yes, as Ewen said, I'm also represent the Teti group, which stands for Textures and Experiences of Transindustriality, and which runs different types of projects in the forms of workshops, exhibitions, publications, and more recently culinary events, and I'm going to try and present some of those projects in this presentation. I do have a particular interest in maritime histories and spaces, and thank you for mentioning our recent publication, Maritime Poetics from Coast to Interland, which I cheekily, I suppose, included in this slide. Also to mention that it's in open access, so you can actually, if you want to have a quick look at it, you can go on the transcript website and sort of access it. But I titled this short intervention "Notes on the Migration of Recipes," which we were just talking about, interestingly, with Susha here, and their containers. As part of this panel on food transportation, climate change, and ocean trades, today I would like to consider the implication of migration in culinary traditions in parallel to the vehicles of food transportation, using culinary and food activations to unfold historical and infrastructural patterns, looking in particular at ports as a lens in which to observe evolving planetary implications, and ending with a brief consideration of metabolic pressure in the guise of an edible proposal. And I was also very interested in Ewen's introductory words here, also touching upon this metabolic question. So this starting point, somehow slightly conjunctural, was in Valencia, which I had in Spain, which I had the opportunity to visit recently, and having ventured towards the port area, I find myself in a succession of marinas filled with sailing ships, with a number of restaurants offering traditional cuisine, traditional local cuisine. And at the end of the promenade, this little cafe that you can see here, with its interesting sort of system of aperture, but of course, sort of proposing beverages and tapas in a relaxed atmosphere. But of course, in this sort of revamped shipping container. I should say perhaps that I have had a long-standing interest in small maritime cafes as repository of local cultures, evident in, well, food itself, of course, but also furniture, the images that you can find in those cafes. And Teti has had a couple of projects to explore the model of a cafe through an eponymously titled, Maritime Cafe, mixing maritime cultures with contemporary interventions, contemporary artworks. I'm just showing you here some iterations of that, which we did. Well, the ones here on the left were made here in Zurich, where if you want to have sea fish, obviously you need to engage some intermediate party. And the other one, which is not here, but I did more recently last year, was in Hamburg, Germany, where I would have thought it would not be too difficult to get some fish for the fish soup, which I had planned to make. I did two, in fact. I did a vegetable soup and a fish soup. But in fact, it was extremely difficult to get the fresh fish, despite visiting the Altenaer fish market and having a chat with some professional cooks in the area. They told me that, well, no one really gets them from these markets, but as Ewen underlined, from larger business distribution networks. In Valencia, I learned a little bit about the local cuisine, to go back to the starting point. In particular, this name La Cuina del Cabanyal, named after this district bordering the sea of Cabanyal. And Valesian rice also features prominently in this cuisine, and its history you can discover in a local museum, the Museum of Rice, the Museo del Arroz, housed in a former rice mill. Fish, to go back to it, in particular abadejo, I'm not very fluent, not at all fluent Spanish speaker, is a cod-type fish, which also features significantly in this cuisine. And while you can find some of the local catch in the spectacular early 20th century modernist market that is in the center of Valencia, somehow the shipping container reminds us that the fish industry hardly relies on sympathetic fishing barges. And this is the view that you see here is just slightly turning the head from the little cafe that I was showing you. And in Valencia, you can see here that beyond the Port de Plaisance with the local sort of sailing ship, you have the actual port terminal, which signals here the intensity, of course, of 21st century maritime trade. A brief look at European statistics would confirm the scale of this global interpenetration, and with Spain apparently ranked 4th in the world as importer of fish and seafood, after the US, Japan, and China. And this also ties into our southern neighbors here taste for fishing products. Cod stories, though, can stretch back in time in Southern Europe. And if the Spanish like the fish, cod is also a national dish in its neighbor, Portugal. And I visited this interesting museum on the Portuguese coast in Ilhavo, the Maritime Museum of Ilhavo, which I understand the Portuguese or the locals call the Museu del Bacalhau. The cod museum, basically, which takes visitors on board the ships that from the 1930s onwards sailed to Canada and the Atlantic Northwest to fish the precious animal, seeing that the nearby waters had been already overfished, and which almost inevitably also occurred in the Atlantic Northwest in the 1990s, as trawlers had replaced the damp and partly solitary fishing techniques used earlier in the century, which you can see here on the right-hand side. Well, if I understand the display, the men were sort of left for a number of hours on these little boats, and then came back to the main mothership, which is on the left-hand side with their catch. And to change. Sorry, I finished on this southern stories. Bacalhau is not only a staple food of signature dishes in Portugal and Spain, but also in the long traditions of cities such as Genoa in Italy with its stoccafisso alla genoese, and Venice with its celebrated bacalhau mantecato. And here we're really talking about stockfish, and the introduction of stockfish in local cuisine was possible through the conservation of dried salted cod of a long distance, and reflective of the economic and political connections of these two port cities. To change geographical settings briefly, this made me think of similar stories that I heard in Kaohsiung, in the southern and largest port of Taiwan, when visiting the Chijin Kitchen project of artist Wu Mali, who has been developing a dialogue with inhabitants of the coastline district. The views here on the left-hand side are from Chijin, seeing the big city of Kaohsiung across the water expanse, and on top is the stretch of land. It looks, a little bit, kind of beach-like area, and indeed it attracts a lot of, it attracts some tourism. And people can easily mistake the village for a picturesque traditional fishing village, when, as Mali points out, most of its inhabitants are recent migrants, and the local fishing vessel goes as far as the Pacific to bring back the squid so beloved by Taiwanese chefs and customers. And I'm not going to go into it here, but she has been running this little communal kitchen here in Chijin, interviewing inhabitants, working with food, also collecting stories as part of the community project there. But she has made some videos that can be still producing some videos in that respect. I phrase this opening as connecting fish stories, and perhaps fish stories would remind us of a celebrated work and meditation by the late Alan Sekula, photographer, artist Alan Sekula, combining an attention to maritime infrastructural transformation, labor organization, and environmental pressure, catalyzed by the strategic forgotten spaces of the sea in the machinery of late 20th and early 20th century global economics. And from the port, maritime port, I want to sort of take you to a mountainous port, and I'm sort of playing a little bit with this interesting idea of the virtual seas, in the sense of, you know, how can you, geographers have pointed out that you can also consider structural qualities of certain spaces, such as seas, as quite shared or similar to what would be in principle their nemesis, that is, say, deserts. But the shipping container, again, appears as the ubiquitous and ambiguous instrument of maritime trade. And this is also, this container is what is connecting us to this little mountainous story here. Its sheer interchangeability, based on the successful efforts to standardize its feature in maritime transportation in the 1960s, also allows its reproposing in alternate and non-commercial uses. If the container is the channel of connectivity, ports and portals are revealing spaces through which to observe the form such connectivity takes and implies. And perhaps passes can do that as well, in a similar yet slightly different way. So last year, Teti, and in this case myself, and Alain Franchette developed an intervention in Hospental as part of the outdoor conference Traversing Topologies, organized by the Swiss Artistic Research Network. Now, I think I have a map just to give you a sense of, oops, no, it's later. Well, I'll just show you a map and I'll show you, so you know a little bit where we are here. It's located in the Alps, very close to the Gotha Pass, which connects northern to southern Switzerland. And our intervention was entitled A Pass into the Past. Traffic at the Saint-Gothard Pass rose dramatically in the late Middle Ages. The route became a bustling and strategic nexus between northern and southern Europe and beyond, from the Mediterranean to the North Sea. Trade flourished around the newfound path, if tortuous and dangerous prior to the opening of the railway line in 1882. In the 20th century, tunnels and galleries have further increased the flow of goods along the axis. And to consider the resonance of commerce at the pass, edibles were proposed to the participants during the Saturday walk. Through the eating of historical recipes and products, we hope to bodily connect with the cultural histories of the Saint-Gothard, to physically travel into the past, listening to distant voices, culminating in a reenactment of past economic and social heritage that keeps on informing the present. So there were two recipes. This was happening in a hike, so we had to, and there were 50 people. So it was, we didn't, it was a taster, you could say, more than a full meal, as we carried the whole thing. So one of them was these little coin-shaped cheese scones: flour, water, mustard, salt, and Valpiora cheese, which is a local cheese, very much produced in the nearby valleys. The first edible aimed to evoke the trading past of the Gothard, and more specifically, its taxation history. From the first development of the North-South Passage in the 30th century, towns and regional authorities established numerous custom points in the area. To the north, cities such as Basel and Lucerne, and to the south, Lugano and Como. There, merchants had to pay their way for the goods desired, and I think this notion of desire that was also mentioned by Suresh earlier on is very interesting, of course, and important on both sides of the Alps. What kind of products? Well, again, also, as mentioned earlier on, textile, linen from Burgundy and South Germany, English wool, clothes from Ghent and Brussels, coal and Mainz, and of course edibles, including salt, salted herrings, cured meat, grain oat, and so on. Animals as well, such as horses, cows, goats, sheep, to mention a few. The scones suggested a form of staple food as well that travelers along the mountain paths could rely on. The thin spherical shape alluded to coins, money, used to pay the custom points. The grated cheese, as I said, was from Valpiora, very much a local production. And additionally, I just kind of researching a little bit about it, I found out that, historians point out that cheese was also used in the medieval ages as exchange value, as an alternate to money. So people would also, pay with cheese directly. So that was kind of the first recipe, kind of trying to go back to this history and to this filiation of food transportation and commercial networks. The second is this ship container shaped cardamom and almond cake with ingredients: flour, sugar, almonds, milk, egg, and grated cardamom. We were staying in the nearby city of Bellinzona, and it didn't include a photograph here, but we had a great view of the rail tracks of this Lugano-Zurich with this southern, northern, north-south route. And when you're really on the tracks, what is really noticeable is beside the civilians train is the passage of good transportation trains from the Mediterranean world to Germany. We're still quite a long way from the sea and the port of Genoa, yet a maritime feel accompanies the presence of these enigmatic rectangular boxes. So what I'm saying is, this rail tracks, of course, this rail convoys are, of course, filled with the shipping containers, as we know, have been standardized from the maritime ships to go on the to fit the rail tracks, of course. So when you see those, you're a bit like, well, what mysteries from distant land might be on their way to the northern markets? And of course, this is also an old story. Distant goods were long transported along the so-called Silk Roads connecting Asia to Europe. And amongst, again, the different things that you see, back from, 5-6 centuries, salt, corn, oil, rice, almonds, later on sugar, coffee, cacao, Switzerland, chocolate country, but of course it doesn't grow in the Alps, and spices, and many spices, of course, pepper, I've got all this in German, so I'm just trying to muscat, saffron, and cardamom as well, of course, which was kind of our link here. So in that spirit, we baked a variation of a Swedish almond and cardamom cake to allude to the spice route that connected these distant places. These were made roughly in the shape of shipping containers. We also recut them to hand out to all these people, taking in the contemporary global routes that continue to bind the world together. And as just a footnote to this recipe, I just mentioned that I kind of discovered this really quite tasty little Swedish cake as part of a project I was participating in an exhibition organized by the artists Cora Piantoni and Dorota Lukionska in Gothenburg, to which I contributed an audio piece entitled Souvenirs from Gwangju, which you can hear on the Teti Vimeo site if you're interested, which was revisiting basically the voyage of the first Swedish East India Company supercargo in the 17th century to China via the Straits of Malacca. So in any case, the scone and the cake were two proposals to try and create a passage into the past of good transportation, and in particular food transportation, as it comes to inform and question the present. Third, and final point goes back to also to this notion of metabolism. And I would like just to mention here, in echo also to your discussion on community organization and participation, that I hope to hear more about as well. Another set of edible interventions Teti was involved as an extension of our publication, Mobile Soils. This is the one that we published through this new setup, Teti Press, and I'm not going to go talk too much about it because Anne-Laure already had shared some thoughts on the book. It's a collective endeavor that explored territorial transformations in the global age, and through with 18 texts with a range of different perspectives, from artists to scientists to historians, and so on. So quite interdisciplinary. But in the last 2 years, we organized also a number of dinners, in altogether 6 dinners, I'm told, to unfold the book in edible form, collaborating along the way with the SAO Greenhouse Lab at the University of Zurich, with Labec Artist Residency, it's also in Switzerland, the Grand Palais Berne, we made a dinner there, as well as the organization Arvae and Food Culture Days. And I understand Margaux Schwaab is to speak later today. And finally, on curating, which is for which we made a dinner, which I'll say just a few words here, at the invitation of curators Alexandra Romy and Giulia Bussetti, who invited us to respond to the ongoing then document, a theme of compost, in organizing similarly a dinner based on the publication for circa 25 people. And the intervention I titled in French originally Sol brouillé et remonté, which in English would go as kind of scrambled and whipped soils. Basically, the dinner was composed of ingredients indicated by the authors. I wrote to all the authors saying, well, could you give me an ingredient that you think would represent, the food that will represent the substance of the text that you are talking about? And, we had some texts that were on agriculture, for instance, Ben Abderrazik on tomato, but we had some text, for instance, on uranium by Griet Ruland, for instance. So we're quite different. But everyone gave me one ingredient, some cases several, that would incarnate the content of their chapter. Here, maybe just to give you a better idea. And from this list, you can see here on the left-hand side, I composed a menu which we duly proceeded to cook and serve in a one evening session. They are organized by the different parts in this book. There's 3 parts: underground, ground, other ground. And so, but then the principle was that no ingredient was to be left alone. So all the rather simple dishes that I ended up preparing were the results of a combination of these ingredients. So the contents of the book and the dinner were thus in the first stage scrambled before being whipped together for edible purposes. I also asked authors to say if they could explain in a few words why they chose their ingredients, and you have I made a little sort of video slideshow that was screened in the room. You can see here this is Monica Ursina Jager's choice on beetroot, and she's saying a few words about why she chose them, and this was kind of ongoing. Going back to our focus on food transportation and ecological pressure, what was striking in that process was what I would call the metabolic relation at play on both a very local, intimate, one could say, level, and a larger macro-planetary level, which reflected the author's interest, concerns, and work. In their critical observation of what Paolo Peruri called, in an eponymous publication, a terra mobile, where the designation of anchorage and the design of collective organizational strategies of our societies, of our planet, is suddenly to be defined anew in a time of implosion explosion, to borrow the title of the volume edited by Neil Brenner. Tomatoes, that's Kansas Benabderazic choice, yes, but grown in the local Zurich greenhouse. Chlorophyll, Loridalava, the substance of life. Oregano, chosen by Nikos Doulos, a reminder of his promenade into the underground of Athens soil, as well as green onions, at the heart of Uriev's Orlo's discussion of the maraîchers, the food sellers in Aubervilliers, in the suburbs of Paris, tying France to its colonial expansions. Sorghum in Paloma Ayala's practice, a recurrent staple to evoke environmental pressure in her native Mexico. I won't go further, but here you have a little bit of the final simple dishes that we came up with, and through the different sets, I introduced a little bit, what was happening and how what we were eating was tied to different sets of issues, if you wish. To say that the metabolic operation, as evident in our current planetary condition, ties in problematic, challenging, but also creatively hybrid modes and questions, the negotiation of local and global. And it was really interesting, this point, this take that Suresh was making on hybridity in his farm, I think, not least in the actual manifestation of its containers that implement it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Gabriel. Maybe just one question. Seems like the plate is a great storyteller for you. And made me think of yesterday dinner again. My Angela was sitting next to me, was having shrimp Mozambique and with the Portuguese rice. Those 4 words already give quite a story. Have you looked a bit at Kochi in that sense of how the plate can give a story? Here, shrimps from Mozambique, or in the way of cooking as Mozambique cook, and same the Portuguese rice. Here, of course, Portuguese had a presence like a few centuries ago. And would you have something to say regarding this?
I haven't really, but yes, of course, I'm aware of the Portuguese ties here, and indeed, so that's kind of related to a little bit this question of hybridity, maybe as a sort of the different sides of it. I think that can be kind of assessed, and for sure, looking at these different types of recipes, I'm quite interested in how they sort of they can reveal sort of the historical paths, and I think evaluation is sort of a bit difficult, but certainly in how they construct us, or construct a certain place, certain cultures, and so on. So yeah, and hopefully I can learn more about it.
For instance, the Portuguese like to talk about the 6th continent, the imaginary continent of Portuguese roots, Mozambique being one, or Kochi also. So they have this, let's say, rather poetic way of reading of that. So yeah, I was reflecting Mozambique being also part of the 6th continent in a way. So okay. It's 3:30. We have one hour left to go, even a bit less. So I will move on now to Rob Lafrenet. We're speaking from France. Rob was visiting Kochi Biennale in the past as part of the Future of Transportation program set with Srishti. He has been a contemporary art curator for the last 35 years, working internationally and creatively with artists entirely on original commissions. He has recently curated exhibitions in the US, Scotland, France, Liverpool, Doncaster, and Mexico, Taiwan, and India. From 1997 and 2014, he was a curator of the Arts Catalyst. We heard Arts Catalyst yesterday in the Living Pedagogy panel. He co-founded the Future of Transportation project at Srishti Institute in 2014. We are involved curating project here at the Kochi-Muziris Biennale, the last 2 editions. He also writes for Makery.info magazine, I being editor-in-chief. And Rob and me co-edited recently a book called Space Without Rockets, on a totally different topics, but on the impact of rockets on climate change. Rob, I leave you the floor. Welcome. You're muted for now. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm speaking today from the Vallée du Tarn in Occitanie. I'm on a river, very close to a river, and it's interesting to see all those presentations from Suresh and Gabriel, and on French time, I haven't yet had breakfast, so both of those presentations have made me feel very hungry with all those wonderful pictures of food. I'm going to talk about the history of the Future of Transportation project, which goes back both to Bangalore and Srishti and to the Kochi Biennale. But before I do that, I'm going to talk a little bit about the strange circle that I find myself in, generational circle, finding myself here back in France after my ancestors left France in the 18th century to try to colonize India. My French ancestors, that is. My name, you'll see, is Lafrene, and I spent a lot of time here in France explaining to them why I sound like an Englishman rather than a Frenchman with a French name. And the reason for that is that the Lafrenes, for one reason or another, traveled, we think, possibly from Normandy or even Brittany, where Ewen is from, to India and landed on the Malabar coast, where you're all there in real time, in Calicut. My father, Cyril Herbert Lafrene, was born at sea, I understand, on the way possibly from the Andaman Islands, and was christened in Calicut Cathedral. I've seen the entry in the cathedral. I've been traveling to Kerala quite a lot in my life to try and find my relatives. On my last visit to Kochi to take part in the Kochi Biennale in 2017, I made contact with a number of Lafrenes, because there are many Lafrenes, actually, Anglo-Indian families in Kochi itself. And I had a very nice meeting with a man called Richard Lafrene, who lives in Kochi. So talking about this very strange circularity going on here, my father was demobilized after the Second World War and arrived in England. He never took an aeroplane. He arrived, he went by ship from India, from Bombay, to Egypt, where he fought as a sapper, as an engineer. He trained as an engineer in India. And on arrival in Britain after the Second World War, he never left. He never left that country. And I feel like, having arrived back in the French countryside and being here during the pandemic, where in France we were actually not allowed to move more than 1 kilometer away from our homes. They moved more than 1 kilometer away from our homes. I found myself discovering all these little highways and byways and areas around the river. And I also started buying vegetables from a local farmer called Sandrine. She is an organic farmer and inherited the farm from her parents who were also farming the land. So on an electric bicycle, I was allowed to travel. There were many tales in France of people traveling on their bicycles for pleasure, but putting a baguette on the back so that you could justify that traveling outside the 1 kilometer margin during the pandemic you were allowed to go shopping, but you weren't allowed to take exercise outside 1 kilometer. So I used to ride my electric bicycle to Chandrine's farm and source my food locally. And one of the things about the pandemic is that it did make me think about this concept that was actually thought about by my partner, who's a climate activist, the idea that perhaps in a different kind of world, we might only venture the distance of a day's walk from where we live. So following on from that, I'd like to point out that I'm not with you today because, as Mina said in her opening address, I've used up my quota of flying. I haven't flown since 2019. I haven't got into an aeroplane, and I really would love to come back to Kochi again. But if I do, it will be on a ship, if that is ever going to be possible. I don't fly. Okay, so with that personal introduction, I'm going to share my screen and talk to you a little bit about the history of the Future of Transportation project. Again, reflecting back on the first day, Maya mentioned the Hackteria network. The Future of Transportation is not even a network, it's a kind of a concept, and it's a Facebook group, and it's a pedagogical process. It's not like founded, it's not a company, it doesn't have any economic existence, it's simply a concept. But it does have a history going back to 2014, and it started at Srishti. I'm also going to say, in the context of today's discussion, that it's not actually about food transportation, it's about human transportation. And I'm not a great expert in food or trade routes, although I have organized conferences that have involved things like sailing cargo ships, and so I'm very aware of this. But the future of transportation, I have to be honest, is more about human transportation. I'm going to share my screen now and talk to you a little bit about the background. And so I give this lecture, and I've been giving it for the last sort of 8 or 9 years, called Bicycling on Mars. And it's basically, can everybody see this? About the idea of a kind of an impossibility of moving around the planet. And we're starting with this problem, which is obviously taken in on the highway in Los Angeles. How do we move about the planet sustainably? How can we change our patterns and how, more importantly, about moving about the planet, and how, more importantly, how can artists sort of play a part in that issue? And so the concept of future transportation, the actual term, and it's been called various things. Suresh calls it more like the future of transport. So future of transportation actually was a term invented by Mina Vari when I proposed this notion of making art, and this notion of a pedagogical process around mobilities. So I think Mina invented the term. Anyway, whatever, we have that term. But the other very important person in terms of the future of transportation was the late Sarjapura Dasgupta. Here he is. But I'm just going to go back to this image here, because this is an image that Sarjapura used to show his students at Srishti. And it's we've been talking about hybrids today, and I think this woman on a sari on a skateboard getting a lift from a bicycle rickshaw, presumably in Calcutta, because that's where they have bicycle rickshaws, he would introduce this to his students as a notion of hybridity about transport. And Suresh himself was extremely interested in the micro movement of transport. When I first went to Bangalore, I was sort of amazed to find that within a city, because it was so difficult to move around, people use Skype, that's what they used then before Zoom, to literally have meetings around the city because it was so difficult to get around Bangalore. And Sudipto, here he is again, introduced this sort of idea. I'm just going to deviate a bit from my main theme just to show one of his works. This is he used to make these impossible sort of velocipedes, bicycles, and here's a group of kids sort of interacting with one of his artworks. He was a great inspirer of students, I think, but also very good at connecting with the communities around Yelahanka and Bangalore. And he introduced me also to this concept of the Indian basic bicycle, which is used all over India to transport. And also, I suppose this is where I was inspired by this bicycling on Mars thing. This Indian basic, you see it everywhere. It's like it's just used for everything. But the interesting thing about this particular picture of an Indian basic is that it's a railway station. Now, this railway station, as Sudipto pointed out to me, is very, very close to Bangalore International Airport, but it's not used. There's a massive highway out to Bangalore International Airport and a railway line. There could be trains to that airport, but there aren't. So in order to kind of think a little bit about this, we took a bunch of Srishti kids, as they call the undergraduates there, for their first lesson. And the first, well, they're not exactly lessons because everything in Srishti is kind of collaborations, as Ghee pointed out, again on the first day of this, of the soil assembly, that the pedagogical notion of Srishti is about the students actually collaborating on their own projects, not just being taught what to think. And here, at the inspiration of Sudipto Dasgupta, we took our first cohort of students down to the station at Yelahanka Junction and did our first session on a train. So at that point, I was actually developing an exhibition in France on the Lot Valley, another valley near me, river valley, the Valley of the Lot. And I was developing an exhibition with a number of artists called Exoplanet Lot. And the idea was to imagine starting on a new planet, starting on a planet where we could rethink the technology in terms of past technologies. And so the idea was that these students were all told they weren't allowed to take their phones, they weren't allowed to use any electronics. They had to get on the train they could take cameras, and a notebook, and they would have to get on this train. There's Sudipto on the train. They had to get on the train and imagine they were on a different planet in order to think. We did this with two lots of students. I'll go back to that image. This is the second lot of students. And this is the group of students that actually came to the Kochi Biennale to work with the Mexican artist Tanya Kanyani, whose work I'll show in a minute. But the idea was that the railway carriage as a classroom. So here we have a mixture of students and ordinary people interacting on a suburban train going outside of Bangalore. And just going back to this image, Sudipto was also a member of an activist group who had the idea of trying to trying to demonstrate to the central government in India that there were these mainline trains going in and out of Bangalore, but they were passing through all these congested suburban stations. So this is a demonstration on Cantonment Station by an activist group of commuters, people who are trying to get out to work every day on these incredibly crowded roads, that they could actually, if this train that you see here could stop near their workplace, they could get to work in about a third of the time. So this is a demonstration by commuters on Cantonment Station that Sarjapura was part of this movement. And then we see the interface with the metro, and the last project I did this is the Bangalore the interface between the main station and the Bangalore metro, and the last project I did again during the pandemic was with the Art in Transit group, who are making work in Bangalore about and on the metro itself. So this group of students that we took on the trains with this Sarjapura, we also talked a bit about the whole notion of activism and reclaiming the streets. I was part of the Reclaim the Streets movement in London, and this very enterprising cadre of students decided they were going to close off the streets around Bangalore. Around the Srishti campus in Yelahanka in Bangalore, and they wrote a letter which they took to the local police station. They went round and talked to all the residents, and it was quite a radical act to just close down all the streets around Bangalore. And they spoke to the local community. They developed street games for young people around. So this is a very rare sight, traffic free around Bangalore. This is one of the students. They built this kind of outdoor adventure playground in the streets around Srishti. And another group of students who were working on the future of transportation theme did a whole project about time banking. They set up an exercise bicycle, and in exchange for 15 minutes of riding on the exercise bicycle, they could get free tickets on the Bangalore metro, or they got these service credits from doing some cycling. And as a result of doing that time banking work, they could get a lift on the back of this Indian basic bicycle by me. As one of the lecturers, I spent the day giving people rides around the area on this Indian basic bike. So this first manifestation of the future of transportation led to a Facebook group called The Future of Transportation. Just to go back to this final image, I'm jumping ahead of myself here. So this is a group of local kids, and there's a very interesting story here. This car, so we tried to clear all the cars away from the Srishti campus, but this one car, the owners had gone away for a year and just left the car. So we decided to go to a wedding shop and decorate the car and turn it into an artwork, and these kids helped us do that. So I'm just showing you this image, which was posted recently on the Future of Transport Facebook group, which is actually about the fact that in Holland, we now see all these traffic-free streets and the domination of the bicycle as a kind of an official policy. But Joost Rietveld, who's one of our regular posters on Future of Transportation Facebook group, was showing this historic picture from the 70s. I mean, I talked about reclaim the streets, but in the 70s, the Dutch activists were doing things like this to close off the streets. So the point being that in this kind of activism, it has a history. It goes back to direct action, like these students were doing in Srishti. So here's the Future of Transportation Facebook group, currently we're members about 3,203, a lot of very active posters. One of the most active posters is the performance artist Dimple B. Shah, who's based in Bangalore. And I was actually looking through the group last night just to get pictures of food, because I thought somehow we need to kind of connect to the theme of soil assembly, and this is the one, this wonderful one of carrots being transported. This is just a post coming from one of the members. I don't know who posted this, but this one I found is from Suresh, who we've just heard a fascinating talk about his farming activities. As you can see, it's another train. And Suresh Kumarji posted this. This is a train where vegetables are being sold. Wonderful image. So, yeah, future transportation officially came to Kochi in 2017 as part of the Srishti outpost curated by Meena. And we had a whole sort of pavilion. So we were able to turn future transportation was not just a concept at this point, it became a building. And this is the Srishti outpost. We can see below this auto rickshaw that was converted by the French artist Thomas Las Bouges. And so this became a focus for a number of future of transportation activities by Srishti students and by four artists who took part: Sudipto Dasgupta, Thomas Las Bouges, who created this rickshaw, Tanya Kandiani, and Suresh himself. And this is the kind of atmosphere, what the place looked like. Me sporting a Fab India shirt, one of my favorites. And this is actually the visit to our pavilion by Lewis Biggs, who's was the director of the Folkestone Triennale in the UK. And this is the rickshaw, basically moving around with various bits of technology attached, GPS. Thomas actually did a wonderful thing with the rickshaw drivers, that he got together for his finale with 4 rickshaw drivers and built a drive-in cinema down by those nets that you've all seen in Kochi. He's rigging it up. Here's Geeta about to take an inaugural ride in Thomas's rickshaw. And yeah, generally speaking, future of transportation here became a building, but it didn't only just become a building, it became a department, which is basically the Department of the Future of Transports, created by Suresh. And the idea here was a group of the Srishti students actually were working on collecting traveling stories, commuter stories, and they spent a lot of time around bus stations and train stations, interviewing people about. They had these fake lanyards. We'll see another lanyard at the end. I think lanyards are a very interesting piece of artwork. This student, Yash Jain, his fake lanyard at the Department of Future Transportation to make it look really official, to actually go and interview commuters and find out what their stories are, how they got to work. I think it's absolutely fascinating to see what Suresh is doing now with his farm and what he did during the lockdown, because to me, it connects directly to this project of this connection, this between the human activity, what we have to do for food, what we have to do to live, and our narratives, our daily narratives of how that connects to his art. And he hasn't mentioned it in his talk, but I think one of the most classical pieces of world performance art is where Suresh dismantled his father's bicycle and then reassembled it as part of a performance. I think that, to me, that's another symbol, if you like, of bicycling on Mars, of the future of transportation. So Tanya Kandiani, we see her here in Zero Gravity. I won't talk much about zero gravity now because I don't think it's in this age of climate disaster. It's not a great idea to do work on diving aircraft anymore. Though Ewan and I have both been on these Ilyushin parabolic flights in a happier age where we felt we could actually do this sort of thing to simulate 30 seconds of zero gravity in this vehicle that's used to train cosmonauts and astronauts. Tanya was basically recreating this early flight by a French locksmith, Besnier, and you see she's got the same apparatus in zero G. But I'll talk more about her interest in kind of the odd corners of technology. This is an illustration from a hot air ballooning competition in Lyon that inspired her work that she did actually for Exoplanet Lot, which we did in the Lot Valley, which was this notion that somehow you could have this flying boat. But this is what she did for the Kochi Biennale. She worked with a number of students to create a Vimana, which I think many of you know is this sort of epic notion from the Sanskrit epics, from the notion that the ancients in India had these flying vehicles, which were like flying saucers. And so she created with the students a Vimana in this amazing space in Kochi. And this is the bunch of students that she worked with in front of the Vimana that they had built. Also, on the future of transportation, we had lectures by Andres Padilla Donmene and Ivan Puig, and I'll just mention their project briefly because I think it connects again to this question of both human and food transportation. They, in the 90s, the entire... Yes? Hello?
Yeah, we've been running for 30 minutes. It's 4 o'clock. We have little time left.
Yeah, okay. I'm timing myself, and I think I've been going about 15 minutes, but I'll go a bit faster. Okay. So yeah, this vehicle, which is a road rail vehicle, and was used to go across. Here we see it leaving Mexico City and cross the abandoned railroads of Mexico. In the 90s, the Mexican railway system was privatized, and as a result, the entire passenger network closed down overnight. So they used this futuristic Back to the Future vehicle to explore the rail network and also interact with the communities and find out what their stories were. And here they see that they're again on Mars, and this is moving on quickly. You asked briefly about the Eocene project, I think, Tim. This is the Museo Aerosolar by Thomas Saraceno, again connecting to this human transportation notion. The Eocene project that I curated, and Ewan was there in White Sands, New Mexico. And this led to the book that Ewan mentioned earlier, Space Without Rockets. It was published this year and launched at the International Astronautical Congress in Paris. This is an artist from, he's not an artist, he's an engineer from Bangalore who I invited recently to give a talk in Doncaster, UK. Naveen Rabelli, who created this solar-powered rickshaw that he traveled all the way from Bangalore to London in. And I think this is another really this is Project Tejas, another really inspiring project. Now, the interesting thing, again, relating to food and transportation, was that he lived in his auto rickshaw, the solar technology didn't fully work, so he had to stop off in villages all the way. Here he is in Iran, I think, all the way to London and charge his vehicle up. And as a result, he got food from the villagers and told his story about why he's transporting himself in this solar rickshaw all the way from Bangalore to London eventually. This is an early article I wrote on Makery, again about the floating aspect of this, artists on the water. This is Antti Latinen with his It's My Island the project that he did in the Baltic, and this is him doing it in London, being apprehended by the police because he went a bit too far to the spies headquarters, which you can see behind, MI6. And this is me in my single scull rowing boat and doing the performance close to the water in Finland and again in Doncaster this year. And the project with Neil White, who is there, called Road Lab, which was inspired by Buckminster Fuller's rowing needles, which you can see in the top right-hand corner. It's a hybrid project which has never actually taken place, but the idea is that it's a contingency vehicle for going into disaster situations and is rowed by humans as opposed to any kind of sail or other kind of technology. And finally, the project I'm doing at the moment, I'm about to go off and work on it next week, which is Let the Birds Have the Skies, with the composer Lola Perrin, where we're traveling around Europe's railways, and we're going down into Spain next week to interview passengers on why they've chosen the train over the plane. And this is us working on the Thalys train about 3 weeks ago in the cafe. And I think one of the important things about encouraging people to take the train rather than the plane is the fact that you can have very nice food on trains. And this is us working in the bar on the Thalys interviewing passengers. So this is I'm only showing this, I know it's not got a lot to do with food transportation, although it is happening in a cafe, or the moving cafe. It's a project I'm doing, an artistic project I'm doing right now at 30 kilometers an hour as the TGV goes. So thanks a lot for listening to me. A few diverse projects here, and oh yeah, this is just we were doing also interviewing people at the WF in Davos again a few weeks ago. Thank you. That's it from me. Bye bye.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you so much. It's fascinating. Also, this project traveling from India to UK in a solar rickshaw. I really like that one when it was published in Makery. Okay, we're going to give the floor to Tim. We are running late, but I guess, Tim, it's already good you take also your time, and we might prolong a little bit. So Time's Up is an Austrian organization investigating the future every day. Time's Up creates explorable spaces in the context of possible futures, building physical stories that explore contemporary socio-political issues. In their talk, Time's Up will look at some of the emergent network of smaller trades operating at the fossil fuel-free end of the shipping spectrum. I will let you, Tim talking. Tim is in Australia currently, so he's it's 1 hour and a half ahead of us. Hello, Tim.
Good afternoon, because it is afternoon for me still. Cool. Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation to be here. Very interesting to be on the another corner of the Indian Ocean, waving at you across in a bit of Australia that in Gondwana land was actually attached to India a long time ago. So I'll try and keep things short, so we've got a bit of time for discussion. One of the big sort of questions is sort of like, what's this sort of like freight and food things got to do with each other? And one of the observations that comes from very old times is that urban spaces, and we all are becoming an urban civilization, need transport of foods because we can't grow foods in cities. So one of the things that we need to do is get foods into cities, and it's interesting. We need to, by doing that, we need to transport them. One of the biggest contributors to ocean plastics, to microplastics in the ocean, are car tires. Like 28% of microplastic comes from car tires, truck tires, which is quite outrageous. The only thing that puts more in there is washing plastic textiles. So I was very glad to hear Suresh talking about cotton shirts recently. It was very nice to hear. Another one of the reasons that we want is not only do we need to get stuff into cities, but we like to eat food that comes from a bit further away. We talked briefly about eating local food and in-season food, and that does get a bit boring. And even if it's just the question of where do we get our pepper from. But cargo is problematic. It's got all sorts of issues with it. As we can see, stinking freight ships, even just the shipping industry creates somewhere between 2.5% and 3% of the world's carbon dioxide emissions. And the fuel that they use is dreadful fuel from the bottom of the bucket, so to speak. It's filled with heavy metal, so the northern part of Malta is poisoned with vanadium from all the ships passing by. There are sulfur oxides, nitrous oxides, black carbon that's accelerating the melting of the Arctic, and a whole bunch of other bad things. So airplanes bad, ships as we know them are not so much better. There's just a lot of things that we transport. So one of the things that we, for instance, an example of something that's ridiculously transported is in Scotland, they catch fish, which they freeze, put in a container, send to China to get filleted, and sent back to Scotland to be sold at your Tesco's or anywhere else. So the amount of ridiculous transport that we're doing is quite outrageous. Really interesting to see Rob talking about rail transport, which is, of course, very fantastic. It's very ecological. It's got a lot of good things about it. But there's a lot of infrastructure investments that need to be made. And a lot of countries like Mexico and the UK are busy destroying their rail infrastructure. So how can we do cargo that's a bit less messy? How can we get our things that we want? Well, let's stick with fuels. We've mentioned fuels being bad. Since 2020, there's been a low sulfur marine fuel oil. There's still a lot more sulfur in marine fuel than we're allowed to have in diesel engines on land, but it's got a lot better. Went from 3.5% to 0.5% in January 2020. Nothing to do with COVID. Total coincidence. People are planning to use hydrogen to transport things, or even liquid ammonia, so putting a whole bucket of poisonous stuff on a ship to drive around the place. Of course, liquid natural gas is regarded as being less toxic than diesel fuel or as heavy fuel oil. There's also attempts at doing biofuels and green LNG. Another thing that people want to do is just make everything more efficient. So, for instance, if you just drive your ship slower or drive slower in general, you save a lot of fuel costs. People are putting bubbles, so they've got their vehicles that are traveling on layers of bubbles, and what's called weather routing, where people actually aim their boats to not have to fight into the weather quite as much. There's a lot of interest in developing battery systems, so in the same way that the Tesla now has a pickup truck. There's an idea here that we could do battery-powered shipping. So lots of trucks out there. Trains, of course, are often electric. This ship that you can see here has a whole bunch of batteries. The green containers towards the stern of the boat are actual giant batteries. The plan with Fleet Zero is that they will take the batteries off in a harbour, put freshly loaded batteries on there, and the ship will be able to carry on without any nasty greenhouse gas emissions. Of course, clean battery power comes from wind turbines. Wind turbines, you do a whole bunch of things. Why don't we just use the wind where it is out in the ocean to propel ourselves around the place? So does sail cargo actually exist in the 21st century? Well, it's still used in a lot of places. Here's an image of a sailing Parisi in Indonesia. It's used in the Caribbean. It's used in Tanzania, for instance. European sail transport closed down in 2001. The last ship operating in the Baltic stopped working. And then at the same time, a couple of crazy Dutchmen and an Austrian built the Piraeus Magnus in the USA and sailed across the Atlantic to try and create clean cargo. But it was all a bit of a pipe dream until things actually started happening about 10 years later. I'll just do a quick introduction to a couple of things that exist, because it really feels like nonsense to be putting a whole bunch of stuff on sailing ships to sail around in the 21st century. The Tree Hombres is probably the ship that, if you start looking at these things, we saw the fair transport mentioned earlier. It's a ship that has no motor, so it can't use a motor ever. It can't use that as a backup. It started traveling in 2010, delivering aid to Tahiti, and then brought back some dreadful cheap rum, which tasted remarkably better when it got back to Europe. It's a very traditional boat. It looks like it belongs in a pirate movie, and it's taken up doing what we call the North Atlantic cycle, where it basically heads at the end of the cyclone, hurricane season in the Caribbean. It heads over on the trade winds to the Caribbean, picks up a bunch of things there, and brings them back via the Azores to Europe. Very important. The Aventur does a very similar sort of route. It's developed by the German Cornelis Böckermann, based on seeing how destroyed the Great Barrier Reef here in Australia was. It's also a 1920s boat. It's now 100 years old. It's now coming up for voyage 11. I apologize. Voyage 10 was on its way when I made this. And it was planned originally for Southeast Asia and the Pacific, but actually just does this sort of North Atlantic cycle as well. So this is the voyage 10, and voyage 11 is coming up right now. I think they're leaving in a couple of weeks. Takes a whole bunch of things, a couple of things over to the Caribbean, and brings back a lot of cocoa, chocolate, and rum. It's not all just decadence. Here is the Kwai, which operated until recently out of Hawaii. It was sail driven for economical reasons. It was fuel is expensive. They could run down to the islands in the Pacific from Hawaii to the Cook Islands and around a various route there, pick up a whole bunch of things, deliver things, and operate quite well. Recently, they started doing ocean plastic removal. They actually go out and dig up a whole bunch of bits of floating plastic from the North Pacific Gyre. And in 2020, it was sold to the Marshall Islands as part of their infrastructure. So they'll have sail freight in the Marshall Islands. For those of you who are more francophone and like modern things, this is a brand new spanking flashy boat. Looks very modern, delivers very high-end things across the Atlantic, wines and chocolates mostly, from France to New York City. Picks up a bunch of aid, which it takes to Haiti, and then comes back with raw products for chocolate. So a triangular route, sort of North Atlantic, different from the one that's used by some of the other vessels. It's doing really well. They're making loads of money out of it, and it just works. And they're building a new ship that's going to be basically twice as large, 52 meters long, 350 tons of chocolate. And you've got other beautiful boats like this one, the Vega, which was basically a bunch of adventurers traveling around. 2004, in the tsunami in the Indonesian archipelago, they were asked to deliver a bunch of tsunami relief. And they did, and they just kept on doing it. So for the past 15, almost 20 years, they've been taking medical gear, educational gear, and other stuff down to the Indonesian archipelago from Singapore and other places. And it's a lovely project, and they're doing a lot of great interaction with the local communities on islands that are very isolated there. And just so the Americans don't feel like we're ignoring them, the Apollonia has been running up and down the Hudson for a few years. They deliver things to breweries and grains and a bunch of nonsense up and down the Hudson. There's actually been a couple of interesting projects in the northeast and the northwest of the US. There was a floating farmer stall in the northwest for a while, and in 2013, the Vermont Sail Project basically brought a bunch of Vermont products down the Hudson River in a purpose-built barge, and was selling them. They weren't able to maintain that as an ongoing project. Similarly, the artist Severin, Florentine Severin, came and did a project called the Main Sail Project, Main Sail Freight Project, as a pageant, as a performance. We see lots of variations in the way things are done. There's like ways of going about doing this. This is probably not something that's relevant now. We can come back to it. Different ways that people manage to make this work, because it's working. People are actually running companies on it. They're not getting rich, but they're at least not learning money. What are they actually carrying? Most of the things are extremely valuable, small things like coffee beans, about rums and tequilas, wines, olive oil, coastal EU transport, finished chocolate, as well as cocoa beans, cacao beans, and they're carrying aid, and they are doing some general cargo. So this is the thing, transport is about things that need to be transported, and transporting things that are small and valuable and improve lives, like spices and tea and coffee, is probably the thing that we should be transporting, and not huge amounts of cars and some other nonsense. There's a bunch of projects going on that are emerging. Chiba is being built in the island, in the Costa Rica and Central America. It will have electric motors. It's a very traditional design out of wood. They have planted more trees than they cut down for this ship. and it should be on the water in 2025. They have a ship that's going on the water this year that'll be running coffee from Colombia up to New York City. Lovely boat, lovely people. And Tout in France, who've been operating out of Tournai, have finally managed to raise the money to build this ridiculously large sail freighter to be able to bring things across the Atlantic. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this works out. They've been building this network and their entire network for probably about 10 years now, and are doing amazing stuff. So they've managed to pull this off. So this is like an emerging thing. It's growing. It's actually becoming industrial. You can see this is not like a bunch of like crazy people rebuilding a boat like with the Tres Hombres, the smell of tar and that sort of old salty thing. This is remarkably boring infrastructure. It's built with steel and it's going to work really well. Some people like the Eco Clipper have emerged from the Tres Hombres, from the Fair Transport people, and are now planning to be doing this around the world network. You might notice that the places where it stops are a little bit arbitrary. In Australia, they seem to be aiming for the Kimberley, where there is nothing. And they're not visiting you in Kerala, which I'm very upset by. They should be actually have a stop in Kochi to come and see you in their planned adventures. We'll see what actually emerges there. There's a bunch of other people doing interesting things, like the International Windshipping Association. They're lobbyists doing interesting stuff. What's maybe more interesting is the Sail Cargo Alliance, which is like a bottom-up network of people doing this sort of stuff. They have these annual exchange meetings. They do a lot of exchanging ideas, and they have a very strong ethical basis. And for instance, they've got this mission statement that they put together a few years ago, which is all about the important ethical things that you can do with sail cargo. They want to have connections happening. They want to have like honest, balanced relationships, non-extractivists. And I really enjoyed the way that this resonates strongly with the talk yesterday from the Laboratory of Arts and Aesthetics, where they were talking about non-extractivist ethics and trans-local alliance building. Something that was talked about yesterday. Really cool stuff. And the SCA is very much like this. They actually have a complete ethical system they've built up. One of the interesting things is a lot of the people in the Sail Cargo Alliance, you discover when you scratch the surface, are actually permaculturalists. So they've had their fingers in the soil, and this is the sort of thing that they're doing next, to be able to bring good food to good people. Our work is all around imagining possible futures. So here's an imagination and making that physically experienceable. I won't try and talk about that at length. We do a lot of futuring exercises, talk about ocean health. Another very interesting group is the Hudson River Maritime Museum. Based in there, they have a conference. They had a conference this year. They'll do it again in 2 years on inland and coastal sail freight. And they brought out something called the Sail Cargo Freight Manual. Like, basically, you could pick up this book and you would learn a lot about how to set up your own system. And there are people around the world who are setting up small local systems. There might be something relevant for what you're doing there. So what's happening in the Indian Ocean? One of the things that we've noticed for sail freight that makes sense is there's no point transporting things between places where the same things grow. And they basically are east-west lines, like the Guns, German, Steel idea, that along an east-west line, things tend to look the same. Here we have a diagram of bioregions around the Indian Ocean, but it's a global map. And you can see that most of them have quite an extensive east-west connection. So along those lines, the same things grow. There's not much point actually transporting stuff along those lines because it's the same stuff available locally or transported. What's interesting is transporting things north-south. So for instance, olive oil and port and wines from Portugal to the UK, very short, or from the Caribbean to Europe, or from the tea growing regions of the Azores into Europe. So this north-south, like trans-bioregional transport is really important. We were having a bit of a meeting last week, coincidentally, and a bunch of people who are doing production and imports in the southwest of Western Australia, here on Noongar. This is the Aboriginal name for this region. Wadandi is the very local tribe, the saltwater people. We brought a bunch of experts in commodities and maritime trades to brainstorm around what would it mean to be here on the Indian Ocean and doing ideas about sail transport here, what would actually make sense. And we developed 4 images of what would be possible, 4 imaginations, 4 visions, which were a lot of fun. The one that's probably most interesting that we can see here is essentially this idea of the Indian Ocean as being a place where a lot of interesting things happen. We've got coffees in Tanzania and East Africa. We've got chocolates and vanilla from Madagascar. We've got all the wonderful teas and spices in Kerala and other regions of India, up above Calcutta as well, Darjeeling. We've got all the teas in China, of course, and the spice islands in the archipelago of Indonesia. Cloves and pepper coming out of Malaysia, and Vietnam's got a whole bunch of other interesting spices. And there are trade winds. So we saw a diagram earlier that talked about the currents in the various oceans, and there is basically a trade wind current that goes anti-clockwise around the Indian Ocean. And one of the maritime experts said that by the time you've got from Indonesia across to Sri Lanka and southern India, there is no point trying to sail back to Australia directly. You can't do it. You're fighting headwinds. So you may as well go over to Africa, down to Madagascar, come along the south end of the Indian Ocean, across the bottom of the planet, back to WA. And this would be something that would be like an Indian Ocean route. And this ties in really nicely with the tradition where we know that in addition to the Silk Road that went across the plateau of Tibet between China or the Far East and into Europe, the coastal regions of India operated as a sail cargo network for a very long time. In fact, there is evidence to suggest that at the end of the last ice age, around 7,000 years ago, the west coast of India emerged as a trading nexus, and it stayed that way until around 800 AD. I'm not sure what happened at that time to stop that from happening, but all the way along that coast. And they basically were trading with all the empires as they came and went. It was the Babylonian, the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans. It was all going through this Indian nexus, and there is no reason why that shouldn't happen. I think Muziris is one of the subtitles of the Kochi festival, and I think this is really interesting that Muziris sort of exists as this mythical place where this all happened from. And perhaps in some near future speculation, we could sort of put together an idea, what would it actually mean for this nexus to re-emerge? What would that mean for the local producers in that area? And what would they want to get? And what would they want to be passing on? What are their gives and their gets, their wants and their needs? As part of a Indian Ocean regional trading network that would bring the valuable things around. So we've been doing a bit of speculation around that, and that's something that I would like to continue as we go into the near future. Thank you for your attention. Hopefully we've got a bit of time to have a bit of a chat about some of these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Fascinating. It makes me want to board one of those ships. I saw the Grand Sail because they kind of from my hometown, so I could see the boat, but never really had a chance to, I don't know, cross the Atlantic with them. Maybe is Rob and Gabriel still around? Suresh, maybe you could join the table. We have kind of last few questions. We're a bit late on time, I know, but 5 minutes, and there's a performance starting soon, but we could take few questions from the audience if anyone want to come up with a question to Tim or to our previous speakers. Anyone? Yep. No, I
have a quick question, maybe just on the back of Tim's talk. I was just wondering. What might be for all these projects and people looking to act together? What might be the balance between the economics, influencing the economics, and influencing maybe policy?
That's a really interesting point. There's a book that just come out. Oh, if I was better planned, I'd actually have my copy of it because it just arrived like 2 days ago. About a cultural anthropist and does a lot of policy work, Christian de Boykott, based in the University of Melbourne. And in 2020, as a experiment and find out, okay, what does this sail trade thing mean? He joined the Aventur, the German boat that I mentioned, to cross the Atlantic from Hamburg or even some in the Canaries to the Caribbean, where he was then going to go and visit Chiba, where they're building the boat in Costa Rica, and then go back and probably write a paper about it or be accused of having a rort and just having a holiday. COVID happened, as we know, and he got stuck on the boat for 5 or 6 months. And he's brought a book out about what happened then, both like a travelogue of that story, what happened to him, but also about the depth of experience that he gained in what's going on there. And he's developed a lot of policy ideas that I could try and explain, but he can do it much better than I can. And there are a number of, a couple of papers that he's brought out in the meantime where he talks about that. So there is this idea of like developing policy. And so the IWSA, the International Windship Association, is doing a lot of that. So they want to make things change. There's organizations like Transport and Ecology, and there's a couple of other ones. Lucy Gilliam is very active there in making a lot of this stuff happen. That sort of matched really nicely by all these bottom-up people. They're just trying it, because what's happening with the IWSA is they can't show evidence that this actually works financially, or not much. So people like Marc Dusseiller, who've gone beyond this sort of romantic, like foundational thing, where they were making their money as basically a three-way split of training people, showing up at sail conferences, and people would then, they'd host people, and they'd basically pay a lot of money for someone to have an event on their ships and actually sailing cargo. That was sort of their three-way poly income. Marc Dusseiller is just transporting high quality goods from their own production across to New York City, where they're selling it for a huge amount of money. They're donating time and effort to transport aids to Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and then coming back with their own product. So they've managed to sort of push up from this radical, like fair transport people into an actual working business as a tout and a few other people. And then the IWSA is trying to make things happen there, where they're looking a lot at efficiencies, where they're putting Flettner rotors on cargo ships, giant cargo ships, so that they can now in Australia, they're just celebrating the fact that they're going to be saving 5% of the fuel on the ships that are exporting huge amounts of coal from Australia, from Newcastle, which is a little bit pointless, saving 5% of the fuel in order to export a whole bunch of coal. That's just like what we shouldn't be doing anyway. Just seems a little bit of trying really hard to shoot yourself in the foot. So there's a bunch of things that are going on at multiple levels. The likelihood that we're going to see giant clipper ships transporting huge amounts of wares around the ocean soon is unlikely. That said, Dijkstra, who developed the Maltese Falcon, a very glamorous sailing ship for someone who was stupidly rich, have developed a eco-liner, like a sailing cargo ship. And they reckon that for $20 million, they can build it, and this can be a moderately sized, purely wind-driven, low crew requirements transport that would be actually viable and be able to be built relatively quickly. So let's see what's happening in the next little while. Does that sort of meet that sort of match? That sort of, there's this smorgasbord of things going up, and there are some people doing like arts-based work, culture, creative work in there, and there's a lot of like little injections where people are doing interesting things that are somewhat left of center, which is quite interesting.
Thank you. Any other question? Yes, Ustam.
This question is for Suresh. Suresh, you talk about that farming is not just an extension of your work as an artist, but that it is your practice. Can you help us appreciate that more?
Should I elaborate more? Or?
No, just help us appreciate that more.
Okay. I mean, because I've been talking to at many levels, from if I'm talking to my neighbors in the farm, I would not say it's an art project or something. My aunt doesn't care whether I'm a professor or a university or whatever it is, She sees me, I'm a tenant in a farm, So there are many levels that I'm been handling such questions, things like that. So if I talk to a kid, it's a very different level. I have to get down and talk to about the growing and things like that. As soon as I go from here next week, this whole week is packed with the primary tiny kids who would walk to the farm. So I have to humble down and get into that scale of perspective and talk. So today we are in a platform, and mostly this post-lockdown, I'm been coming onto such art platforms and things like that and talking about my projects. So people ask me that my very good friends in Bangalore that Suresh, you're not just stretched the border, but you crossed the border. But what I feel is every time I've been doing such projects in the past, I mean, nothing to do with food, but with other aspects of community, more or less. Either it could be art in community or performance arts in public, or something like the transport thing we did, or something what we called as a space as a studio or the city as studio and things like that, we always ask this question that, are you an organizer or you're a manager or you're an artist? So I always felt that only time will tell. And I feel today this whole idea of Meena or Srishti inviting me to this context today is itself is like kind of an answer to this very questions we raise about the such practices. And also, we as a collective in Bangalore, as a group of artists, we did work as activists, like whether it's about saving this Venkatappa Art Gallery and doing something there, or when we raised some funds to help artists who were during the lockdown and things like that, So I don't see that it's beyond a community thing. So fortunately, this community where I'm working I'm alien in the sense because I'm educated. Otherwise, I belong to this very same soil I'm working about. So this question of soil is always means for me the community. And when I step out of this village to deliver things, I see my cousins, I see my aunts, I see my uncles around waving around or saying hello to me or things like that. So for me, this whole idea of working to the community means I'm always working there in very geographical situation also. So, and unfortunately, the city has grown. There's a university there. There's so many international schools around the farm and the same villages. And my cousins' kids study in this very fancy schools. If they don't visit my farm, my cousins and families don't visit my farm, but children are brought to the farm through their schools. So there's some kind of a validation happening to that level. So I'm so proud of it in a sense that, yeah, this is what actually maybe ideally I wish to. So maybe like as my first wish, maybe Srishti, for example, schools like that or alternative schools like this, maybe we should think the way we think about weaving and with the way we think about pottery in our foundations, we should think about gardening and food, talk about food, our cook food, literally cook food as art practice. So that should solve a lot of our questions like that.
I think we have to... I have a sign that we have to close. I still had the last question for the team. You didn't mention much about your own project, but how does your research translate in your art practice team? I think about the Turntown Docklands project, for instance. How do you translate that?
That's a question that, of course, can lead to a 17-hour presentation where I go and talk about all sorts of things. And the work that we do is about creating experiences of possible futures. And a lot of our work is around oceans and ocean health and things. So by creating the feeling that you are walking into a space where sail cargo is a normal thing, because that is a clean way of doing transport, where moving around and getting from Australia to Europe would mean working your passage on a ship or being a passenger on a ship, and the times that would take, or an airship perhaps there are zeppelins who like reintroduce themselves. So we involve that research into the worlds that we develop, so that when you pick up the Turnton Gazette, a newspaper from the future, it is talking about the things that are happening in the shipping world and like invisibilizing that whole infrastructure of shipping as part of what people are reading about in the future on an everyday basis. So by creating a newspaper, we can like talk about all these concepts and bring them to real life. Another thing that we've done is something a bit like the feral trade work that Kate Rich does and the experiments in business, where we've gone and actually created like micro pilots of like what would it mean to be transporting vegetables along the Danube, like into the city, and working out how that could work and running it. And then it ran into a brick wall. There were issues that were insurmountable. But doing that sort of thing as a art project, I think this is really interesting. What Suresh was talking about, as an artist, but a farmer as well, there is possibly this overlap where you can do farming as an art practice in the same way that we could look at doing performances of delivery and transport as an arts practice, in the same way that Kate Rich with Feral Trade is doing these sort of performances of trading and running a grocery store as an arts practice. It doesn't need to make money, but it still has to make sense. And that's a really nice sort of thing to bring together, to be thinking about how can we make these things make sense on an ethical level, on a way that actually feeds itself, And I think once again, I mentioned very briefly the permaculture principles. They can help inspire these things because, as you say, Gabriel, these things have to pay their own way. Like they have to sort of be financially viable, but there's also a whole bunch of policy, and there are other things that are valuable. They're not just about making money; they're also about making sense. That was a bit of a roundabout way of talking about it, but there's lots of ways that this sort of feeds into our ongoing sort of artistic and cultural practice. Thank you for the question.
I'm really glad you came with that conclusion. Kind of give a good conclusion for this panel.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Gabriel, team, Rob, Suresh, for contributing.
Can I just say something? Thank you all. I just wanted to say Muziris is not a myth. It is an archaeological site in Kerala, near Cochin. So when you come next, you will have Muziris here. But before we close to this session, some of my colleagues who have been working very silently behind the scene will be leaving at 6. Meghna, can you please stand up? Yeah. She's a textile crafts and a product designer and a faculty at Srishti, leads the program. And we have Benjamin. Where's Benji? He's the head of the technical team. He was here managing all this. And we also had Amitabh, who left in the morning, who was the mover and shaker, putting everything together. Sorry. Santosh came with Benji. He supports our technical support staff. And we, of course, have Rustam and Ramesh here. Ramesh is the associate director. He'll be here for next 2 days. But thank you all. Thank you really so much for handling this so smoothly. Thank you. We have to go back to the drums.
So now we invite you for a chit-chat action performance outside, like initiated by Kaskolan with Srishti students of the Interim Festival of Ideas. Kaskolan are initiated by Fiona Debel and Roel Schoenmakers and executed by a multidisciplinary team of creatives. They are aimed at the development of an ecological and social sustainable society locally and globally. Kaskolan have worked internationally and in the Netherlands, South Africa, Brazil, Peru, Mexico, Russia, Kyrgyzstan, Palestine, Egypt, Japan, and they are even going to be in Tamil Nadu in June, July for the International Tropical Biology Conference. If you're around, you should join them this summer. See you outside. And the next panel start now with a bit of maybe delay, let's say 5:20, 5:30 here on living communities and living projects. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rob, team, Gabriel.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone.
Starting here.
Thank you.
Thanks for your attention, everybody. Bye. Nice to see you all. Wish I was there.
Get a sailboat.
Yep.
So, Ewan, thank you.
Can you hear the music?
No music.
A lot of percussions.
Okay.
Okay, ciao guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ewan. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
Maya Minde for organizing this panel as one of the curators. And our first presenter is Aastha Chauhan, whom I've known for a while. Aastha Chauhan is an artist and curator known for her public art and community engagement projects in New Delhi, particularly in the urban villages of Khirki. She's currently teaching curating public community art projects at Srishti Manipal Institute of Art, Design and Technology, one of the co-hosts of this assembly. She's a board member of the Henvalwani community radio station, and she'll talk about that. A project started as a youth initiative in 2001 in the Himalayan district of Chamba, Uttarakhand. An area which some of you may know is home to historical feminist environmental movements such as the Chipko movement, which is the first mother of all environmental movements in independent India, the Tree Huggers, and the Beach Bachao Andolan, Save the Organic Seed, which goes on till this day. So, Maya, Aastha.
Okay, recording in progress. We have the slide on. Full screen, please. All right. So it's a long story. I'm going to start with the genesis. I got interested in community radio in 2006 when I was there in Nepal for a workshop. And I interviewed tourist guides from the area that we were working in. And the program got edited and broadcast on a local community radio station where, where's my slide? Yeah. And then on the day the exhibition opened, I had given small radio sets to all the people who worked with me, and we listened to the radio program as it was broadcast. In 2007, I started to actually follow the community radio forums in India, and I met Rajendra Negi, who then becomes a partner, and I'll tell you more about why I continued to work with radio thanks to him. In 2007, the community radio in India was still finding its ground in policy and finding ways. And there were lots of activists involved in trying to make it more accessible and to make the legal process of applying for a radio station slightly easier. And then I got another grant where I was still really happy about working with radio. So I interviewed local residents in Delhi, in Khirki, where I was at the time, about just home remedies. And I built my own little radio station in 2009. That's the transmitter. The wiper that you see was my the antenna with which I could broadcast. It wasn't very, very stable. Also extremely illegal to use FM frequency, but artists. So yeah, so that I broadcast the program for about 2 days. And then I went in 2011 to the Michelangelo Pistoletto Foundation. Again, found a extremely interesting gentleman who had his own radio station and built his own cathode ray transmitter. So I'm in this headspace of just finding radio fascinating, because community radio has a two-way communication system, right? It's a small radius, so people can call in, and you actually have a way of functioning in a communicative space. It's not one person barking at you all the time. The program that I did I made interviews with this gentleman, which was broadcast on a community radio in Turin. And back to Chamba. So in 2010, I got a grant from Khoj, and I traveled to Uttarakhand. The gentleman's photo I showed you, I followed him to Uttarakhand, where his not-for-profit organization and youth organization were working. They started in 2001 setting up the groundwork for a community radio station. The area that you're looking at is also home to some of the big, yatras, the sites for pilgrimage, and it's also close to the China border. So the area has many complex issues of its own. We'll get into that later. So this is the Himalayan region of Chamba in Uttarakhand. They practice a lot of organic farming even now, and the villages are scattered. So on top of the hill, you have two houses, one on the base of the hill and one on top, and you farm according to season, either on the top or at the bottom. And a lot of the villages actually don't have road and electricity yet, so you use donkeys to carry your water from the river up. This is the small village of Chamba, where on the second floor of a tiny building is the radio station. Hevalwani. Heval is the name of the river where this area is, and the Hevalwani literally translates to the voice of the river. They have a very, very modest setup, using egg trays to actually soundproof the studio. So really basic in that sense. Mostly run by women, which is fabulous. And we'll talk about how gendered actually this idea of land inheritance and carrying on a certain legacy forward can be. Having said that, Aarti, that's in the previous slide, the young girl at the microphone is Aarti, who's a very dear friend and a partner and a key reporter at the radio station. What I did in 2010 was to continue this thing of recording and interviewing people. This region is rich in medicinal plants. So to interview and find out about home remedies again. And this lady, for instance, gets possessed by the mountain goddess. And she spoke about how everything, this is in 2010, everything that's going on right now is going to lead to complete destruction. And she wasn't wrong. And the region is now has forest fires, landslides, and more recently the land has started to sink. So these interviews that I did, these are just shots of the radio station. It's quite lovely, actually. Everyone gets their food, which they have grown in their farms. They're all farmers. They've grown this food in their farms. They've cooked it. They come and they share it. So this, we broadcast, the radio station broadcasts to about 700 villages. That's 300,000 listeners in the region. So that's quite substantial. And a lot of the volunteers who come and join also come from the region, and hence a variety of the dicotyledonous seeds and food actually come to the radio station table. At the beginning of the harvest or the end of the harvest, at the beginning of a season, farmers will come and leave sacks of walnuts or potatoes or whatever they're growing at the radio station as well. So I think it's nice because we are also, the radio station is also the connection between the politicians, the MLAs, the police, and the local administration to work. So the radio station is kind of owned by the villagers, you know. So after all the interviews about home remedies, what I sort of found out is everyone is so involved in watching television and consumed by advertisements, and that no matter how much I tried, the way Shah Rukh Khan can sell a toothpaste, I cannot sell the idea of home remedies. So I edited my audio into short advertisements that were used. So basically, if you brush your teeth with walnut leaves, it's supposed to be as good as Pepsodent toothpaste. But in order to convince the younger people to start doing that, I worked with the team to generate these short advertisements that are broadcast on the radio station in between their programming. So that was the first sort of project. The advertisements are available online. We don't have enough time. Otherwise, I would have loved to play some of my audios for you. Later, I got the project to Delhi, where many years later, actually. And we had a discussion around how do we take this idea of local seeds and local knowledge back into a system of conversation, right? Yeah. So Ravi had mentioned quickly about the region. The region is home to the tree huggers of the Chipko Andolan, which was a feminist movement, eco-movement, where people from a particular village stood between authority and the tree and reclaimed the way of owning the forest. What this step then later resulted in many policy level changes that happened to the way forests are treated in the region, right? And then the anti-Tehri movement. Tehri Dam is one of the largest dams. I think it drowned more than 400 villages. And big dams, as we all know, can be more destructive than anything else. So they also had the anti-Tehri Dam movement. These are images of the villages after the dam was built. This is in the 80s. And the Save the Seed movement, which was started by Vijay Jardhari and Sudeshna ji, again in the 80s. So these are all three very important movements of the region. And the team I work with are all people who belong to either the family of the activists who started the movement or were in some way or the other involved in these protests and movements. A lot of the farming, like I said, is organic. So they don't have tillers and mechanized things. We still use bulls in the region. And these are images from one of the festivals we had. So the Save the Seed movement, the Beej Bachao Andolan, regularly has these meetings to bring in the farmers to remind them that we must keep a fistful of the original seed with us. And the thing is that, what they perpetuate is also that our children can starve and die, but that one fist of original seed must be kept. So every year we have a variety of millets, and so these seeds are put out. Villagers also get their own to contribute, and it becomes a nice way to actually communicate, meet, and talk about this. We have had a lot of difficulty in the past because no matter how much we call the agriculture minister for meetings, what he comes to do and tell us is to give us subsidies on tillers instead of actually helping us find ways to sustain this kind of farming. It is still, like I said, relevant and prevalent in a lot of these villages. So that is the tent, and we call the agriculture minister, who I don't think heard what we had to say and addressed any of the issues. He still continued to try and sell us German-made tillers. I'm very confused why he did that. Women form the spine of this agrarian society, and they even at the radio station. So they go perform as farmers in the morning, pack their lunch, reach the radio station, broadcast, and then from there they go to other villages to collect content, and that's how it works. So I want to quickly talk about how it started. So in 2001, it starts as a youth movement. I met them only in 2010, so I joined them much later. When I met them, they were just doing narrow casting at the time. Narrow casting is that you take a recorder and you go village to collect content, edit it, and then take it back to the village to play it at the panchayat or at the assembly hall of the village. So these records on CDs, we would carry them from one place to the other. And then after we play it, we ask the villagers what is it that they want to find out. The content could be anything from, I'm having issues with monkeys raiding my village and how do I deal with that? Or is there any other farmer who's growing this kind of tomato this season and have you found a solution for this new pest that has come? And there's a constant conflict between the forest and the agrarian society here, of course. So these are all things that kind of come into circulation. One of the reasons that the radio station started was also because Garhwali, the language of the region, had almost gone extinct. Nobody was speaking it anymore. And the radio station only broadcasts in the Garhwali language, which kind of got the language back into the fore. And the second most important thing where the radio station started was to stop urban migration. And because the land is rich and there's no abject poverty in the region. The soil is rich. It's the Gangetic Plains. Everything works. But it's sometimes it's the schools are not good enough or the jobs are not good enough, or it's the desire for social upward mobility, or the fact that, yes, my farm can take care of what I need to eat, but it can't buy me the smartphone from which I find so much of pleasure now. So for various reasons, urban migration has been a big problem of the hills. It only kind of stopped or reversed during COVID, but we'll get into that a little later. So yeah, listening sessions in the houses of the leaders of the village, etc. Till 2012-13, our mobile phones also had a way to receive FM frequency, and we could listen to radio on our phone, which is no longer the case. But at that time, it became really good because once we got the license, we were able to, everybody could be working in their farms and just put their mobile phone and listen to the radio live. Some of the villages, like I said, are cut off from the mainland and you have to trek kilometers to get there because there's no road or infrastructure that has gotten there yet. But because they are in the region that we broadcast, we trek because we want to share the stories over there as well as collect theirs. On top of the houses, you can see there are a few solar panels, and the panels are used to power 3 light bulbs and 1 radio set. And that radio set is how they understand what's happening, whether there's a forest fire, or there's any, we have won many awards for disaster management, because when roads break or floods happen, the radio is the only mode of communication with the other villagers to warn them or inform them. So yeah, interestingly, then the houses have power enough to listen to the radio and contribute. At one point, the river started to dry out, and we organized this walk along the river to 40 villages. And we spoke to each village about why is and there were very many different reasons. There were bottlenecks, there was plastic accumulation, there was some road that had come in the way. So 40 villages we walked through and we collected stories. This also it also becomes a two-way thing, right? The more people we meet, the more listeners we have, which is why we have 300,000 listeners, because we actually go literally village to village, and it's not door to door. Some of these treks, I actually stood in the middle of the mountain and cried because I've never walked that much in my life. But yeah, so that was the Havel story. Our current struggles, this is a nice slide. We begin most of our meetings with poetry recitation. So everyone recites original poem before we start. This is a New Year meeting that we had where we were trying to get a sense of how do we deal with the current crisis. One of which is forest fires, which should be starting about now. The dry season ends in forest fires that are terrible for the birds and the animals and the critters and all other life form in the forest. It's very hard to control. Literally all villagers have to get involved, but we are trying to find ways to also, because this is now happening every year. So we have to train the younger, more able-bodied to be able to deal with the forest fires as well. More recently, land has started to sink in this area, and that is due to highway expansion projects, big dams, of course, climate change as well. So a lot of the glaciers are melting and flooding the region. There are flash floods, there are cloud bursts. We don't have summer, winter. We literally have crisis to crisis, and that's our season. Fires, floods, rains, drought. These are some photographs I've taken. This is the Char Dham Yatra, for those who are familiar with it, the highway project that is the pet of our current government, and they refuse to acknowledge that it is actually terrible, because the more they widen the road, as of now, it's called an all-season road. It's all season for maybe one scooter a two-wheeler that can go up and down, but the rest of it is in terrible condition. And the more you eat into it, the more it slides down. Himalayas are a young mountain. They literally, it's mud and spit put together in the form of a mountain. So it crumbles really easily. And everything that held it was roots of trees. And the massacre of trees starts way earlier, when the first trains of India were made. The benches were made from forests from this very region. An epic story of the king of Harsil, which we can get into later. Post-COVID and future pedagogy. So COVID at the radio station was a time of chaos, because a lot of misinformation was floating around. So we had to do a lot of firefighting, from getting calls like, I've heard if I have 17 glasses of cow milk, the fever will break, or if I eat a certain thing, then I wouldn't get COVID. So a lot of management of information started to happen during COVID. What we also realized is that education went online, and a lot of the village children don't have smartphones, which meant that they had no education for those months on end of lockdown. So the radio station doubled up to also start to do these small sort of classes, whether it was history, geography, and we tried to make it relevant to the region. Our new syllabus no longer talks about the tree huggers movement or the save the seed movement. So we thought it's a good time to actually reintroduce that to the children of the valley, at least from where this starts. There's small government schools in the region, plenty of them, but children hesitate to go. A lot of parents would prefer to send their children to an English medium school or a non-government school. Like I said, whether it's social upward mobility or the desire for the child to progress in life in the post-industrial way that we look at education. But we do get the kids to come and also take charge of the radio station. So we teach recording and interviewing and editing, so that they also become the next generation to run the station and take ownership of it. So that's Rajendra and I kind of put our heads together, and for the future, we're planning Jeevan Shala, which is a concept. Rajendra is more interested in actually going back to the old system of farming. We still have a lot of the villages are empty. I told you that we have urban migration. So now we have ghost town upon ghost village upon ghost village. And several of the owners have approached us at the radio station to say, take my house and start a school so that we don't have to just send our children to other cities. Rajendra wants to turn this into a sort of a living museum where you can come at any time of the year and learn how to farm and learn the ways of the farmer of the Uttarakhand region from a long time ago. I have my reservations about that because I feel like this sort of nostalgia means that minorities and women will be treated exactly like the way they were in the nostalgic past. And a lot of this inheritance is actually the space of the man. Aarti runs the radio station. She's a cook. She's a journalist. She does all of that. But she doesn't have the land in her name. Legally, the farm or the land or the inheritance of whether it's land or the related information, data, knowledge rests with the man. And so sometimes Aarti and I, we worry that this agenda of trying to go back to the roots and go back to the old school way of farming has no place for the woman, because actually women find it easier to be in cities because they can be away from the gaze and be themselves. So the modernity that cities offer is actually very nice for the people on the margins. Having said that, this is Jeevan Shala that has come together with a lot of these ideas that we've argued out. And Rajendra has got us this Loni village where we've got 6 houses from where we're going to start this in May. Like I said, solar power is already part of our system. In several of the houses through the radio network, we've got subsidies and we are providing electricity back to the grid. We can continue to, I guess, find the old ways of living that Rajendra is offering. And that, for instance, is the old butter churner, which he wants to keep in the new setup of the school. That's how you extract sesame seeds. So these are all beekeeping. All the houses have inbuilt space. All the houses have inbuilt space for honeybees, cows, at least 3 other species than ours to exist in the house. So it's quite wonderful, actually. I'm more interested in, because I teach at Srishti also, I'm more interested in the same question of no matter how much we try, the children are going to gravitate towards the bigger cities and the bigger lives, and moving to these grand illusions that the cities offer. So how do you change, coming back to my first idea of how do I find systems so that the students can see for themselves that perhaps living in the village and continuing that life may be richer. During COVID, when there was a lockdown and all the labor had to come back, we realized that they could contribute to the farming. And that year we had 7 new species, not new in the sense we had peas, but no one was growing them because all the young people have left the village for the city. We had excellent crops and a variety of peas and legumes that year. And I think that left us with this desire to continue. So COVID became an excuse, I guess, for Raju and I to really see now how do we get this to happen, because the only time we've been able to see people come back or a reverse migration was due to a pandemic. And how do we make this happen without a pandemic, I guess. Yeah, and I'll end with this slide. It says, stay away from the monkeys, keep your food in your bag, don't feed the monkeys, and put the garbage in the dustbin, and don't use plastic bags. Thank you.
Thank you, Aastha, for that really exhaustive and your long involvement, a presentation around that. Also, I'd like to thank you for bringing in the idea of distribution of labor and ownership and control of assets, which you want to contest also as not going back to the same time. Before I get to the next speaker, just a question maybe we can answer later, which always concerns me. And since you have such a long and sensitive engagement as an outsider to the community, with the community, which you said got together as a youth movement in 2001, you went there in 2010. What advice would you give to people who go and intervene in communities, because it's a fraught area of intervention, and many disasters have been on good intent. So since you had an ongoing and you're now continuing your collaboration with that, so maybe we can think about that question later, right? I'd now like to invite Growing Cultures who are here, Lauren and Rohan, to speak. I'll just introduce them to you. Growing Culture organization from the US. This is the text that they write about themselves. Growing Culture is a radical storytelling organization committed to confronting unjust power in the food system. In the fight for global food sovereignty, Lauren works to shift public perceptions of those who produce the world's food. He believes in farmers having a prominent seat at the table, a seat threatened by industrial agriculture. He is a founder and executive director of AGC and has earned recognition for his contributions to ecological agriculture. Rohan is a human rights activist, working as a writer and researcher at Growing Culture. He's passionate about working with radical peasant and worker struggles towards revolutionary praxis. His interests are in contributing to research-led storytelling to challenge dominant narratives and strengthen the case for food sovereignty elsewhere. I'd like them to then take it up. We are looking at two very activist, radical presenters. I look forward to that. Thank you.
Guess we're so activist that we have to share the spot. Can't do it alone. So we're going to try to figure out how to both present to you all.
This thing. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So agriculture, when we think about agriculture, what is it that really comes to mind? What do you think the purpose of agriculture is? Because this is where everything started. So we dominantly try to think of agriculture as a way to feed people, right? And we think of it as a way in which we can eliminate world hunger. So the dominant narrative around agriculture is centered around food security. And food security is essentially the, better? Yeah. So basically food security is what we conceptualize agriculture around, which is, guaranteeing everyone accessible, both economic and physical access to food. So if we have both economic and physical access to food, then we can eliminate world hunger. So this is what the narrative suggests. So if you look at the world map for hunger, this looks like an incredibly massive feat because there's so much hunger everywhere. And we have a growing population which we need to feed. And it's difficult to produce enough food to feed this growing population, right? Now, what if we told you that we already produce enough food to feed this entire population? We already produce over 1.5 times the world's population, enough food to feed over 1.5 times the world's population, enough to feed over 10 billion people. So if we have so much food out there, if we have such an abundance, then why is it that there's still hunger? If you see over time from the 1960s, the food production has been increasing steadily at a faster rate than the population growth itself. And there's something really messed up about this because the hunger has also been steadily increasing. And we haven't come any closer to solving the problem of hunger, right? Over 1 billion people sleep hungry every night. And this got much worse during the pandemic. And the sad irony is that most of the people who are hungry are people involved in agriculture themselves. They are the people who put food on our tables and they feed us, right? So somehow this doesn't make sense that the hungry are predominantly people involved in agriculture. So let's see who these people are. This is a population of 2.5 billion people. They plant in small patches of land. Many of them have tiny patches of land. Many of them don't even have land. They exchange knowledge, they exchange seeds, and they feed over 70% of the world's population. So most of the food that reaches our plate is produced by smallholder farmers. And they do this on less than 25% of the world's agricultural land. And this community sustains the vast majority of the world's agricultural biodiversity. And along with indigenous people, they sustain most of the world's biodiversity, over 80% of the world's biodiversity. So they play like a paramount role in preserving diversity in our ecosystem. Now, if you look at this graph, this is this is how we can compare like growth in terms of agriculture, like over time. So here we have different countries. Here we have India, which is comprised primarily of smallholder farmers. And we see that we have the potential to feed around 6.5 people for every hectare of land that we produce on. Whereas if you look at US, which is primarily large-scale agriculture, you can see that with all the innovation, with all the technology they've pumped in, all the billions of dollars that have gone into all this research, all the monoculture farms, they produce over 2.5 times that much, which is for every hectare, they can produce enough to feed around 16 people, which is great, right? But then, this kind of gets skewed when you start looking at this is the potential for how many calories are produced, right? And how many calories actually get delivered to feeding people. So this is where it gets a little interesting. In India, as you can see, for every hectare of land, we deliver around enough food to feed around 6 people, right? In the US, on the other hand, that number decreases. Let me show you again. So enough food is produced to feed 16 people, but only 5.4 people get fed, right? So if you look at efficiency in this way, what does it really mean? If you look at India, we are around 90% efficient, which means that most of the food that we produce goes into feeding people. Now, where does the remaining food in the US go? Well, only 30% gets delivered to actually, someone's plate. The remaining is diverted. So these are large supply chains. So 1/3 of the food is lost along the way. And this is lost in transit because it has to travel across like a very vast supply chain. And the remaining is diverted away from feeding people to feeding the needs of the industry. So it is diverted to feeding cattle and other livestock. it's diverted to biofuels and other consumer products. Most of the food that's produced by the industrial agricultural system is not really dedicated to feeding people. And in India, we're not, well, right now we have this high efficiency, but then what the Indian farmers are protesting right now and have been protesting for the last several years is exactly this move away from the purpose of food to produce people to the purpose of food shifting to producing, to feeding the industry, right? And that fundamental shift is what farmers are fighting against ultimately. So now what does the industrial food system look like? This is a food system that uses 75% of the agricultural land. The vast majority of all agricultural land is owned by the industrial food system. And they use a massive amount of fossil fuel energy with agrochemicals and all sorts of fertilizers, pesticides to sustain this industry. And they use massive amounts of water, and they only feed 30% of the world. So this is the biggest contributor to climate change in the world. And when we have conversations about climate change, the industrial food system is one of the first people to be questioned. Like one of the first systems that need to be questioned. So what we see is a figure like this, where there is a lot of consumers on one end and smallholder farmers on the other. And the system, what it does is it creates all these implicit tensions. So where people are made in conflict with each other. So what it does is it pits consumers and producers against each other. Consumers are always fighting for fair prices, right? Or the lowest prices. Producers are just fighting for fair wages or living wages. But then there's no way both of them can win, because the majority of the market power is concentrated by a handful of people, by a few retailers, processors, domestic traders, a few transnational corporations. So most of the power is consolidated. And this is what that consolidation looks like right now. 4 corporations control the majority of the private seed market. Another 4 corporations control majority of the global grain trade. Another 4 corporations control most of the agrochemical market. It's a super consolidated system, right? And we can go back to the map of hunger, and Lauren will show you like how it makes sense, or the patterns it draws with other things we look into. Sorry.
Yeah, so what Rohan showed originally was this map of hunger. And we can think of this as just a map of hunger, but it really isn't. When you start to peel away all of those understandings and dimensions of the agricultural food system to get what at the core, you start to see that this map means so much more. So I want you to look at these areas that are most food insecure, right? And I want you to look at those, and now look at this map. This is a map of biodiversity hotspots around the world. So you can see how the same hotspots of biodiversity are the same spots where people are the most food insecure, right? We can see right there. So now if you look at biodiversity, and then when you want to understand cultural diversity, the best metric for that is lingual diversity. It's how many languages are spoken, right? India is incredible in this, especially up in the Northeast. But what you see is the linguist diversity is the same spots. Now, how can this be? Because there's no cultural diversity without biological diversity. There's no biological diversity without cultural diversity. They go hand in hand. Why? Because we are nature. We are part of this. The strength of India is the strength of its diversity, both in its people and its biodiversity. Strength of the world is that same story, right? So now, when you want to look at the industrialization that comes into this system, take a look at this map. This is the map of international land theft, land grabbing around the world. Look at, does it look familiar? It's the same damn map, right? They're stealing our biological and cultural diversity. They're depriving these communities, pushing them into urban centers, right? This is the industrial agricultural system. And now I'm going to show you a final map, which I hope looks familiar as well, which is climate vulnerability. This is our agricultural system. It is not just about hunger. It's about so much more. It's got social, political, economic, all tied into it. This is why when we talk about our food system, we're not just talking about producing food. We're talking about the perfection and cultivation of ourselves, of humanity, of the world around us. So we all want to focus on hunger, but we don't see it. We see it and don't look at that. It's just like the tip of the iceberg. There's so much other dimensions below it. Our agricultural system cultivates more patriarchy than maize, more racism than wheat. This is what it's doing in the world, and we have to recognize the cultural hegemonic powers, the ecological collapse, the neoliberal policies, the gender hegemonies. These are all part of the story, and so we can't just look at hunger. We have to look at something completely bigger, and this is why our food system is not broken. Everyone here has heard that in some New York Times headline, in some classroom, in some... I'm trying to censor my language. Some person's TED talk or whatever, right? They say the food system is broken. I'm here for a solution. What happens when something's broken? If this chair is broken, we look at a little cosmetic fix, a trim tab right over here. How do we tinker with this? Put a Band-Aid effect right there. That's what they want us to think. But yet the food system has its all-time profits, all-time yields, right? This is actually working for some people. It's not broken. It's designed exactly what it's doing. Instead, it's unjust. And we need to name it for what it is. Why? Because when we name it as unjust, we get to look at it for transformative change. We get to look for how to transform the system at the foundational level to create something rooted in the world that we want. And until we start recognizing that, we won't be able to have the change. We'll look at some design practice of permaculture, some app that's going over here, something over there, without radically reimagining how we grow our food and how we view ourselves in that ecosystem. This is what our food system is. I don't need to read all these out, but this is what it's rooted in. So it's doing exactly what it was designed to do. And that's why food security is not the answer, because you can be food secure in a prison where you have no choice of what you're eating, where you have no power of what's on your plate. And that's the metric that the world uses to determine success of agriculture, because they think of us as beneficiaries of a food system, not active innovators and change makers. They don't think of it as our cultural DNA that's embedded into our bodies, into the ancestors, into our stories. So Ron's going to talk about what is the metric to look at if it's not food security.
Yeah, so we know focusing on hunger is hugely reductive, and it is just a symptomatic effect of a much larger problem, right? So the answer is not food security. The answer to us is about, choice and power, the agency to influence the system, to have the right. To have the agency to sort of have control over your own choices. So there's this environmentalist Chico Mendes who says that environmentalism without the class struggle is just gardening, which means that if you do not confront injustice, then you're not really engaging in environmentalism, because there are so many other injustices wrapped around what we like to greenwash and call food systems change. But at the same time, if we do not confront the power in the food system, if we do not confront injustice, then what are we really doing? So for us, the answer is food sovereignty. And food sovereignty is basically forcing us to question who gets the power to shape the food system. According to the Declaration of 1990, it's about the right of people to define and influence their own systems. And it's about all of our rights to culturally and healthy and culturally appropriate food. So it's about the power of freedom. The freedom to grow what we want, the freedom to own the land that we live on, the freedom to save and exchange seeds without being, pinned down by some corporate and being sued for intellectual property theft, the freedom to set fair prices. That's what food sovereignty is all about.
And I know that this can feel daunting, right? Because we're not presenting a solution for you. We're not saying that, hey guys, just compost, just drink paper straws and the world's going to be fine, right? Like, I get that. And this is why we love this quote, because I think it's really important for everyone here to realize that the world is something that we make and that we could just as easily make different. We don't have to live this way. We can imagine other ways of living, of relating. That is our right, our agency, and our power. It goes beyond a binary of left or right, Marxism or capitalism, male or female. Like, we can explore the realms of what is possible and cultivate that. And they could do everything they want to challenge our ability, our right to protest, our right to organize, but they can never take our right to imagine something fundamentally different and to fight for that. So at a growing culture, because I guess we should talk about at least one thing that we do, or like, we're an organization, we're an international collective. Rohan is based in the South India here. Like, he's part of our amazing team. And if you've read any of our writing, chances are it's this brilliant mind here that, we represent multiple countries. We work with peasant, indigenous, and grassroots all over the world. And we are a creative agency, a storytelling organization, a design studio. And we work with communities 100% pro bono. They have to come to us to request our support. And we work in deep collaboration to shape narratives, stories, documentaries, films, websites, brochures, campaign posters, slogans, brands, identities. Why? Because don't for 1 second underestimate the power of story. And I think this is really important because we talked about the last presentation, we talked about misinformation, right? Like, at a point, she mentioned misinformation, right? During this pandemic, we heard, during the authoritarianist governments that we don't need to name out loud, but we all know where they are, right? We can turn on the news and hear the same thing. Fake news, science is real, misinformation, all these claims around the world we're hearing. But yet, for 1 second, let's pause and reflect on that. Let's look at the forest and not the trees. What social interaction that we engage in, what social modality is informed by that fact, that logic, that reason? Our ethic and moral codes, thou shalt not kill, and so and so and so, are not based in fact. Our national identities are not based in fact. The difference between Pakistan and India is a story that we've been told. Honduras and Nicaragua is a story we've been told. Our faith systems are based in stories. White supremacy is not a fact, it's a story, but it's permeated everything that we do. Same with patriarchy, same with industrialization and capitalism. Stories shape and govern everything around us. We're here working for that conscious shift to fight that everyone can summon in themselves the courage to believe in another world, and the bravery to fight for it. And that comes from that story permeating our soul and awakening a seed that was once buried, but that has to take root one day. And that's what we do at A Growing Culture, working in deep collaboration with groups all around the world to support those stories, to build global solidarity, to challenge the false narratives that uphold complacency and unjust systems. Because at the root of everything is how we engage with the land that holds us. That's why at the root of the word colonization is Latin for colere. And colere means to cultivate. Because our agricultural system laid the groundwork for all of the oppressive systems that we exist in today. But it can be that double-edged sword. It can be used as that tool to exploit us, to extract nutrient from the ground and the soil, or it can be used to liberate us and regenerate humanity and cultivate the world we want.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, later or now? I was hoping that we could bunch the questions and ask them at the end. So because there are people waiting online. But thank you for taking us through this fascinating analysis. I'm sure there are many questions. And one of the questions which I'd like to ask later, but posing it right now, is about what do you think of the many initiatives you've seen here between yesterday and today about local food and foraging and things like that. How do you read those initiatives? And how do you think of stories which people like Anna Singh tell about mushrooms at the end of the world, for example, new ways of telling stories about foraging and capital markets? But all that for later. I just want to leave those questions with you because I'm sure there'll be long discussions and we can club the discussion. Thank you very much for your presentation. So I'm trying to also stick to time so that we have don't keep the people online waiting too long. Our next presentation is by Margaux Schwaab. I believe she's in Switzerland, right? Is she there? Oh, I'm sorry. Mark is coming first? Okay. So I've been informed that there's a change of sequence from what I was told. So we have Marc Dusseiller, the founder of Hacketeria, who's going to go on next. And I'd like to see if he's there. Is he there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Mark. Hello. Welcome. Were you able to hear the other two presentations?
Yes, the full program. It was amazing. I was really enjoying fantastic speakers.
So welcome to the assembly.
For me to catch up.
Right. Welcome to the assembly. I'll just briefly introduce you. Hacketeria is a web platform and collection of open source biological art projects instigated in February 2009 by Andy Gracie from UK, Marc Dusseiller from Switzerland, and Yahash Shetty from India. Yahash Shetty has a long association with Srishti. After collaboration during the Interactivos 09, Garage Science at Media Lab Prado in Madrid. The aim of the project is to develop a rich wiki-based web resource for people interested in or developing projects that involve bioart, open source software, hardware, DIY biology, art science collaborations, and electronic experimentation. Mark, the floor is yours.
Yeah, that sounds like a good text. It's ancient. We should update it. Hacketeria has developed into maybe also other things. We also still trying to figure out what we're doing. I will present a bit the history of Hacketeria because it's very connected to also the activities that are happening now, also this connection to Srishti. So it's nice that I can also remotely present. I just got back from Slovenia, from Maribor, where we did another project over the last 2 years called UROS. You maybe see in the background a little turning logo. UROS stands for Ubiquitous Rural Open Science Hardware. We were also looking very much into some of our more technical and hacker practices, to what extent they could be used in the rural context, in agriculture, and in different parts of the world. What you also see in the background is my I was muted. Sorry. I clicked the wrong button. So I was just telling some stories and you didn't hear me, I think. So I will give a bit of a background of how we started Hacketeria as an internet platform. That's also why you see I'm talking to you from the internet. This is how it looks like. I've been like a child of the early computer scene in the late 80s and 90s, and I was always thinking this is how the internet should look like. You also see in the background some data I'm collecting at the moment from different places in Slovenia, where I just came back from a project called UROS, the ubiquitous rural open science hardware activities, where we looked into to what extent some of this technical and do-it-yourself and open source project can be also be useful, maybe, in the rural context, in the agricultural context, and in remote communities across different places in the world. We see CO2 monitoring in the background. When I talk about CO2 monitoring, I don't talk about the climate. These are sensors are installed in different art spaces in Slovenia, so they mostly show human activity at the moment. So obviously in Maribor, in the Hack Lab, the photograph museum, there's a lot of people.
Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just for a second, we are missing your screen. Could you just hold for a second, please, while we fix it?
Yeah.
Could we have Mark on the screen, please? Full screen. Tech team.
So what you should see on the screen is the internet, how it used to look like.
So Mark, we are seeing ourselves on the screen for some reason, so kindly bear with us.
Maybe you have to make me presenter or something.
Yeah, remote pen. He has to do that. Yeah, you have a remote. You have to remove the pin on your screen. I've been told. You have a pin. A pin. Oh, it's us. It's us.
No, I don't have any pin.
Looking at the tech team.
I don't have any pin.
Oh, now you're a little better. We're trying to get you full screen, Mark. Replace pen, he says. Remove all pens. Right. Great. Okay, Mark, you're on.
Okay. You did hear what I was saying before, I hope. So I'm calling to you through the internet. It's something some of us have been quite used to the last 2 years. Some others, like myself, I've been doing a lot of online remote work since I used the computer in the late 80s. These were fantastic presentations. I was blown away. Very different aspects, but a lot of stuff also I think I'm very interested in my own practice, but also in the practice that I present, which is also presenting a larger global network, which is called the Global Hectaria Network, that we did start in Bangalore together with Aastha Chauhan at Srishti for a long time. I can show some slides. Click this and click this. So I'm using my own presentation software called Open Broadcast System. I hope you see something. I want to start with this quote that I found recently about these collaborative practices that I think has been shaping the Hectaria network very much. It is about spending time together and not only giving talks like here, but also really working together, which usually takes more than a couple of days, but a couple of weeks. I found this quote, coming together is a beginning and keeping together is progress. Working together is success. Yeah, I only recently figured out it's from Henry Ford. He's not maybe my most favorite intellectual. He's been kind of quite, mass manufacturing, and I think he was also a Nazi. I'm sorry about that, but I still like the quote. Oh gosh, reflecting on Hectaria's collaborative practices in a global do it with others context. So that's a bit the title of my presentation. I have to go to this and then click here. Yeah, so myself, my name is Marc Dusseiller. Online in the time when on the internet no one used their own names. I'm usually under the name Dusjager, but I have many other names like Pane Margaux when I travel the world. I'm involved in Hectaria for a long time, also in something that's maybe like an electronics and makerspace in Switzerland called the Swiss Mechatronic Art Society. I'm also involved with the GOSH, and this is partially related to the end of my talk today, the Gathering for Open Science Hardware. I'm also part of the center on, this is my small company. I have the Center for Alternative Coconut Research, and the most recent project we have been doing is Uroš, or also called Roja. I will talk about it later. This is when I usually hang out myself in the rural context in Switzerland. I'm lucky that I inherited a small house from my grandfather. It's also been a meeting spot for many of my international collaborators. On the photo, you see some of my collaborators from Karkana in Nepal, some of my collaborators from LifePatch from Indonesia, another artist from South Africa, a child of an artist from the United States, and my almost little sister from my hometown, Schaffhausen. So it's, for me, extremely interesting to reflect on some of the more technical stuff that I do. I live in a big city in Zurich, kind of big. I visit big cities like Bangalore or Jakarta. But for me, it's extremely important to draw back to a place that is off-grid. It has solar power, it has a dry toilet, and yeah, collecting water from the rain. My other, let's say, home base that I've been working a lot is a art community run space called Life Patch. They also have a kind of a 10-year already existence. I've been collaborating with them since the very beginning, and they call themselves Citizen Initiative for Art, Science and Technology. And it's a place that's been extremely influential. It's also where I recently tried to make some business under my brand Pane Margaux. I make stickers. I also transport stickers all over the world. I make them very, very cheap, trying to make a little bit of money on the side, which of course is not so serious. With this sticker mania, I try to reflect the kind of the networks and the collaborative activities that have been involved in most of the project I was organizing with the Hectaria network. There's always a lot of groups, a lot of individuals, a lot of collectives, a lot of spaces involved, and trying to represent this diversity. So I make a lot of stickers. They're all open source. You can download them. Maribor is the future, to Indosluch and Instrumentasia and so forth. And so this is what I do. I also make t-shirts. When I was in Indonesia and heard some quote from Documenta, I thought I'd make a t-shirt that some of this practice in collectives is more about making friends than making art. And I think a lot of the players that are involved at the soil assembly at the moment are also some hybrid, where it's not so clear if it's art, if it's activism, or if it's also networking activities, or if it's just producing food somewhere. I have the luck to have a lot of international and global experiences. It definitely has shaped my practice and my view on the world. I want to talk a bit more about that. For those of you who followed different activities around Documenta, although there was some also very difficult discussions, I was personally very happy to be also involved with a lot of those people, talking to them in Indonesia, but also seeing that they set up a proper toilet that is, let's say, inclusive for both the global north and the global south. I hope you get my meme jokes over there. Something I learned. Yeah, there's a lot of t-shirts out there, stickers, and you can download everything with an open source license. So my roots are very much in this more geeky and technology and computer scene from the late 80s. My visions of the world and the future has been shaped by this dystopian cyberpunk fantasies, where in the future it's going to be a few small corporations that govern what we eat and what we consume as media. Sadly, it might have happened, but some other things of the internet, or at that time maybe it was called metaverse, in some of these books, if you know books like Neuromancer or Snow Crash. These visions of the future have very much shaped, let's say, me as a teenager, and I'm sometimes shocked how, yeah, the ideas and the visions of the future haven't much changed. At the same time, I got a technical background. I was studying material science, and I did a PhD in nanotechnology, interfacing the artificial with the living. This was, let's say, my steps into some of this interdisciplinary work. And other things were coming up in what some of us call bioart. People were growing their own meat in the laboratory as a critical comment also to the food industry. Maybe you know the work by Symbiotica, victimless leather. It was meant as a joke. It's kind of surprising to me that this became a business, that we start to grow meat in the petri dish as a kind of, well, we're going to solve all the climate problems and the food crisis, what was, I think, very well put together. There is not a broken food system. It's other political and societal things that have to change. This techno-solutionism I'm quite opposed to, meanwhile, but again, like growing organs in the lab, in kind of a backyard shed, it's something I totally thought was normal when I was in my fantasy worlds in the 80s. Briefly, maybe Maya is also very involved in this space in Zurich. We have what we call a hacker space in Zurich with the Swiss Mechatronic Art Society. we luckily have a much bigger space now, which also allowed us to set up finally open science lab for these more biological activities, hacker, bio art activities. It's also the workplace both for Maya, Minder, and myself and other people. When I talk about open science, I don't mean that there is this academic research and we have access to that knowledge, like as a general society, but I do mean open science also that the process of creating knowledge is open to all players in the world. It's indigenous knowledge, it's artists working on it, and also the scientists themselves are part of the larger, let's say, science endeavor. So just very briefly, I jump over with the Swiss Mechatronic Art Society. We like to make synthesizers and workshops. I think my own practice and Hacteria has been mostly shaped by developing creative workshops to introduce people through a hands-on approach to also larger technical issues, technical, let's say, knowledge, but all of those mean also something about what means this science and technology in our society. And somehow through these DIY synthesizer workshops, I ended up in Indonesia in 2009. I got invited to make synthesizer workshops, and in a place called Yogyakarta, the special district of Yogyakarta DIY, Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta. It's a small sultanate on the island of Java, which is also kind of a cultural capital or hub of the whole Indonesia. But on the same trip, I was also here. This was, I think, the roof of CIMA, the Center of Experimental Media Arts, in its old, let's say, shape and house, and did a workshop together with Yashas Shetty, building synthesizers. I don't know what the text means there. Maybe someone knows what it even means. I don't know. At the same time, with also Yashas, we were talking a lot, and we started the Center for Alternative Coconut Research when we went to Goa to put some sensors into coconut to measure the motion of the waves, and we were thinking about what it means, these local materials and local knowledges. And so as a bit of a joke, I kept that brand, the Center of Alternative Coconut Research, for my private small company. I really enjoyed maps. There was some fantastic maps before. So I do spend a lot of time in this coconut belt, which is of course around the tropics, and it's also close to the seaside. And you are there now, somewhere here in the coconut region, Kerala, also known as the coconut state, as I remember. I like about this map, it already shows some aspects of the world in its right shape, but having this opportunity to work and live both in Bangalore and in Indonesia, it really changed the way I looked at the map. And this is a map I always like to show. These maps are highly charged by cultural, historical views of the world. The Mercator projection is a heavily colonial view of the world, with Germany in the center and kind of where the resources are extracted from in the outer parts. And you can look at the world from many different sides. And for those of you who don't know, the Earth is like a globe. It's round. It's very difficult to project it on a two-dimensional surface. And places like Indonesia, we talked already about the diversity of India. I think some of us European, we don't really have a clear guess for that, if you haven't been there really. So I try to visualize the diversity of Indonesia in this place where what we all know here in Europe, we all know the shapes of our countries. And if we put them all over the islands of Indonesia, they see how widely it's spanning and how broadly it will also, of course, include even more diversity than other places of the world, how we have seen on a map on the previous presentation. So in Indonesia, I was involved in setting up this kind of community collective art space, which is, some people live there. It's also a laboratory for people to work on electronics, on fermentation, on agriculture, on gardening, but it's also a hangout place for people outside and friends of the community. And I was happily involved there since its foundation in 2012. We make electronics, so partially I will talk about more the hardware aspects today. We try to make simple sensors for different applications, from sound to also environmental monitoring, or in this case, what you look at is like making music with larvae from the mosquitoes, and yeah, this is what we do. So in 2009, together with Yasha Shetty, Andy Gracie, but I would say also with Urs Gaudenz and many people joined later, we started a web platform called Hecteria.org. Luckily, it's still active as a website. I hope you will all look at it later. It's about open source as a cultural phenomena, as a value system, the value of sharing, a very value of collaborating and building on each other's knowledge, but also giving the credits to everybody who has done some work with it. It's a global network. Something that brings us together is definitely this vision or this dream that a radical transdisciplinarity approach is maybe the only way to really tackle these global challenges we have in these times. We started, as was mentioned in the beginning, at an event which has already this I think the typical format. It was called Garage Science Interactivos. We spent with a group of maybe 50 or even 80 people 10 days in a place just collaborating on work in progress, on prototypes. Nothing has to be finished. Not a specific art form has to be shown. Artwork has to be shown at the end. But it was about documentation, using online tools, using open source tools such as wikis and these things. And that's where I met Yashas, and we thought this is interesting. While we wanna continue that spirit of open source culture, we also want to broaden it more to biological topics, to laboratory practices, to life, instead of more, let's say, the open hardware and open software movements. And yeah, we worked with water bears and microscopes, and we build our own laboratories wherever we can. The idea was that we don't need to have access to a scientific laboratory, but with a little bit of DIY knowledge and also an online resource with how-tos, people can build their own lab. And we do think by building your own lab, you have some sense of ownership of the laboratory and less dependent on these hierarchies of academic science labs. Yeah, and this was one of the first workshops we did in Bangalore in the art science. Meanwhile, it's called, I think, the art science lab, or I think it keeps changing. So we did the first workshop in Srishti with the students building microscopes. I think this is a photo from that very workshop. Maybe some of the people that were at the workshop are still in the audience. That would be funny. So with this kind of foundation values, we have been going on for many years. My personal contributions are partially connecting these networks, but then also some technical open source hardware developments, while other people do much more artwork related stuff, or they do, many different things. So the microscope was at the very roots of our activity, like giving a tool, very low cost and very DIY, to the people to explore the world around them, to explore their own body, to explore the soils. And it's also a workshop that has been going on for many years. It's been picked up by many other people. I think it's one of the best examples of kind of an empowerment, but also a playful and joyful interaction with scientific instrumentation, scientific tools. This workshop has been done in Bangalore, in Indonesia, also in Norway, where the whole city was banning to talk about our activities because we were playing with animals just for fun, for art, whatever, fun, art, I don't know where it's defined. But again, one of my personal activities is very much into making laboratory equipment accessible through a low-cost approach, through a DIY approach. I do this even like for many, many years. Through building your own equipment, it gives you some kind of ownership. It gives you some deeper understanding. It also allows you to be creative and design these objects in a way that they convey totally different messages. This is one example, a more clean example of making your own laboratory using tools from digital manufacturing, such as laser cutters, 3D printers, and these files for manufacturing can be shared online. So if you want to look at it, it is announced as a web platform on your list of participants. This is also, I think, was the founding idea. It's semi-successful as a web platform, but it does have a huge archive of activities that might be some inspiration for you. It became maybe more, let's say, a small global network of continuous collaborations and friendships that have grown with a large, let's say, areas from Europe, India, and Southeast Asia. This is a big coincidence of the founding years. But we do have a strong also, I think, responsibility to still promote open source tools. I'm happy to be on a Zoom call, but there is other options, don't worry. So all the tools we provide for online collaboration, it's not something we had to invent for the pandemic. It's something we had in place already for a decade. So we use MediaWiki to document our work. It's a collaborative writing, text writing. We can write instructions. We know who wrote what, and we can edit each other's texts. We also have a discussion forum on the internet using Discourse and other open source software. We have more, let's say, a crafting mind map tool called Hot Glue. You find it, the website's all here. And we have our own cloud run on Nextcloud. The website is mega.hactera.org. So for the larger collaborative community, we also provide all these open source tools for online collaboration and being kind of a bit of a togetherness. During the pandemic, we also installed this tool, which was fantastic. It's kind of a gamified interactivity platform where you walk around with your characters, and if you meet someone, you can have a little call to each other. It's less, let's say, less weird than Zoom, because you can just hang out also with a small group in the corner during a conference and have a little chat while some other speakers are talking on the other side. These are all still intact. Everybody's welcome to use them. I mentioned already that it's been a very global activity. Since the very early times, we also bridged from the more, let's say, technical, making your microscopes or synthesizers into traditional agroecological and political topics. For example, when I saw my friends doing wine, like alcoholic fermentation from tropical fruits in Indonesia, this was for me mind-blowing that we can talk about molecules, about genetics, about all these bacteria, but at the same time, I'm also looking into traditional fermentation recipes and have alcohol for the parties also. Yeah, and so all this connection brought me to Slovenia. It was somehow a coincidence that I ended up in a country called Slovenia. It's somewhere near Italy and Austria. Yeah, but again, the fermentation keeps coming up, and we do workshops all over the world, and we found more other, let's say, support for this, let's say, art and open source culture. It was really thriving, I would say, in the late 2000s. Sadly, the open source mindset has been a bit disappearing recently. But it made me think a lot and go back to the title of the presentation. Like, if we already bring people together, if we have some kind of gathering, how can we make the best out of that intellectual, let's say, potential that when people come together? I'm personally quite bored of formats of presentations, but we're doing one now. We also thought, if there is an art festival, why not make more out of this? And so we had this kind of idea that even a festival should be a laboratory. A laboratory is a space for collaboration, for human beings to work together, share space, share places to sleep, share place, eat together, and so forth. Sadly, it doesn't work so often. Often laboratories are thought as a technical kind of infrastructure, or an art show is some things that we just, as an outside observer, see, and are really more interested in making people to work together instead of this. And this is something we're still discussing. What is the role of the soil assembly, or what is the role of a festival? And a festival is a moment that historically defined celebrates a community or people having a common interest or a common religion. It's time to create an event that comes to break the repetition and rigorous aspects of daily life. So it's something I'm really interested, that really creating these temporary activities of conviviality, of real humans spending time together in space and time. And I think Maya's practice has been very much aligned with similar things of hospitality and food practices as creating an environment also for intellectual interactions and discourse, and even producing new knowledges. So we have done a lot of these events. We call them Hactera Lab in Zurich. We figured out it has to be longer. In the mountains in Switzerland, in an old monastery, this temporary laboratory for collaborative research and productions. Again, you see Yashos, our old co-founder, and the other co-founder, Andy Gracie. We work with Indonesians on making wine. We go to hike, we have fire, and we kind of talk about art and food and technology. And yeah, and so some of these prototypes are developed during these sessions, call them also hack sessions. Maybe they're playful, maybe they're not functional, but some of these prototypes over many years even developed into products. Again, the fermentation keeps coming up. We also did one in Bangalore in collaboration with Srishti and NCBS, the National Center for Biological Science, where we brought together about 30 people for 2 weeks, living together, doing workshops with the students, with visiting different places and so forth. And again, I do think it's extremely important to tackle these global aspects, also to be a bit more aware of the diversity of different approaches, different cultures, by really bringing people to these other places. It's hard sometimes for us here in Europe to imagine how deeply developed cultures are around and how little we even know about that. And one thing about working a lot in India, I'm always very impressed that I tell this to my friends here, like most Indian intellectuals, like educated people that I talk to, I would say they all know twice as much as we do, because they do know a lot through the history also of their own colonial history, about European history, but they also know a lot about Indian history, 500 gods, and I don't know, not a single one of them. And Indonesia itself is even super diverse. It had kind of interactions with all cultures of the world, I would say, and it kind of merged into its own also uniqueness, and it's super diverse within its own borders anyway. So these are very global intercultural meetings that we try to organize, and what always have, it's like very durational. It's not so structured just with talks. It's really more like a laboratory, a hack lab, where people work on whatever they want, and groups are formed to not come up with a final product or a final project, but kind of maybe start a new collaboration or just learn from each other, maybe even if it's a recipe for some food that you cook together. Yeah, so these are a bit the events we do, and yeah, gatherings we call them. And when Maya and me started to work together in 2017, of course, the first thing we did is organize something like that again in Switzerland. Out of Bacteria Lab 2017, it was also called Biohack Retreat Klöntal. We found out that a lot of people in our community, this like network, are really interested in soil. It suddenly became like a subject that brings together people from thousands of different disciplines. And so we started the whole Homo sapiens and other activities afterwards. So this is a bit the history of the soil. So it came again out of this soil interest, and also projects around it came from this gathering that we organized in Switzerland, and it then led to many kind of projects under the Homo sapiens. Everything is documented. You see the link there. I will hurry up. I've got a warning that time is up. And yeah, so there's a lot of stuff. I will not talk about how we catch our own food, like hunting for rabbits and eating poop. These are other stories. But I want to briefly mention some of the influential other gatherings I've been involved. The GOSH, the Gathering for Open Science Hardware, which is more about science, but a lot of activists there also, and about open hardware for empowering citizen initiatives, activists, and teachers and creatives and so forth. And as a community, we were pretty successful in writing down our values, a manifest, a roadmap, and so forth. And then instead of these global activities, we thought, let's continue giving some funds to the regional activities. So I just came back, as I said, from Maribor, where we did a temporary autonomous lab for trying to learn if some of these DIY instruments, like the soil CO2 sensors, like the microscope, to what extent can we really apply them in agriculture or in the rural settings. It's an ongoing research also from, let's say, application and call it knowledge and technology transfer and learning from different farmers, and we're not yet so successful in really like putting it in use in the agriculture environment. Some of the friends are from Argentina, from Japan, from Indonesia, and so forth. And so during the pandemic, it was a nice way to keep connected, but also physically again, meet in Maribor for a 3 weeks temporary autonomous laboratory while being connected to each other. Yeah, what came out of it was another event called Roja. Again, 1 month residency more on sound art. And I show some photos. This is kind of where we have been ending up. These projects, and I really enjoy it, how they have been within the Sakura network and Ghosh network and other networks have been spread out. So the continuity of these networks and that we keep working together, which brings us back to the original title. And using an individual fund or whatever project, just like a little step in this continuation of coming together and working together. So some of these projects went to the Ghosh in Cameroon, and this is I showed already, and what else? So I just finished this Urosh Roja project technically from my contract, and it's ready for roundup. So now I'm really happy to think, what the fuck have we been doing? And also think about why is it sometimes that these artists are involved in these topics of food security, isn't this a political topic, and so forth. So with this, I want to end. I want to change my slides to something else here. As I said, you find everything on the wiki. I can also show you the wiki. It should be in the background of my slides now. I mentioned this CO2 monitoring. Obviously, someone opened the window here in Maribor, and you find also a lot of information here. You see also we have a lot of people involved in this recent Urosh Ghosh Roja from Japan, GMT +9. No one from India this time with this 4.5. And yes, these are the people that have been involved in the ubiquitous rural open science hardware activities, and there's links. We also made 2 signs. I hope Maya brought them, or you can print them. We worked on soil chromatography, soil respiration measurements. We did workshops with the communities in Argentina, and yeah, we built fish ponds. And I personally, again, was more on a technical project to measure the CO2 that comes out of the soil, which I've been working on for many years. Some of this stuff takes a long time. Yeah, with this, more or less, I want to end. The signs you also find here on this website. A short guide to soil microscopy. We have it in 4 different languages. Feel free to translate it to whatever one of those 5 or many of those 500 Indian languages. So we made little signs that are easy to share, to do workshops with a focus on soil, using the microscope to look at the soil, or to use for soil chromatography, which is more like the holistic kind of anthroposophic method, but it's still fun to do. Maybe you have heard of it. Yeah, with this, I want to end. There's some photos. There's more links. It goes on and on and on. Cool. I think I'm done. I hope there are thousands of questions.
Yes, Marc, I'm sure there are. Thank you for the presentation. You said you hated the presentation format, but that was a brilliant presentation. Nonetheless, I love the playfulness and the terminology used and the basic spirit of bringing democracy to technology and science. And I'd love to know how all of us can participate in your projects a bit more. But if you just hold on there while we go to the next presentation, and then we'll have hosts of questions for all the 4 participants. I have no doubt. The next presentation is with Margaux Schwaab, maybe speaking from Switzerland.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Sorry. I'll just briefly introduce you to everybody here and then give you the floor. Margaux Schwaab lives and works between Berlin, Germany and Peve, Switzerland. She's a cultural producer and curator working at the intersection of art, ecology and hospitality, prioritizing spaces outside the gallery context. In 2016, she founded Food Culture Days, a knowledge-sharing platform around food ecologies and politics. Food Culture Day serves as a catalyst for discussions and actions to environmental and social claims, employing a biennial format that hosts a multitude of creative and culinary interventions in Pewe. So I'll just stop there and let you take it on from there. Thank you, Marc.
Thank you. Thank you for this nice introduction. I'm gonna share my screen. Up here. Okay. So thank you so much first for the nice and very powerful presentation. I am really blown away by the different speakers or the invitations. I'm the founder and director of Food Culture Days. Food Culture Days is a knowledge sharing platform interested in the intrinsic link between food and ecology. And as mentioned before, I live in Switzerland, in Vevey, but also I'm in between Berlin and Switzerland. I'm Swiss Mexican. My mom is Mexican, and I really believe that art as a vector for emancipation and also community building. And this is where also Food Culture Days is emanating from. So, what is Food Culture Days first? Food Culture Days is a platform more than anything else, is a platform that is sharing knowledge and know-how and practices. And we are interested in the intrinsic link between food and ecology. We use art and culture to disseminate and amplify our research and the community of practice that we work with. So, as the production, transformation, and concept are some most pressing challenges for collective transformation, as also a growing culture really beautifully mentioned it. And in this context, Food Culture Days has the vision of rediscovering the multiple meaning and function of food in a daily life, as well as the tangible and imperceptible impact of our choices on the global environment. The platform brings together artists, scientists, farmers, cooks, winemakers, philosophers, biologists, anthropologists, activists, gardeners, local experts, grandmothers, grandfathers, and other forms of intelligence, fungal, bacterial, mineral, animal, interested in food as a research subject, as much as a medium for convivial interaction. We are based in Vevey, in Switzerland, and it's a very small city. Very small. It's relative, but it's a small city, like in Switzerland, medium to small, 20,000 citizens. And something important to mention about Vevey is that it's also the headquarters of Nestlé, the worldwide headquarters of Nestlé. Actually, the Swiss headquarters and the worldwide headquarters of Nestlé. So, of course, this is like very important also for our situatedness and to understand why the project also was born. So the notion of let's say first the context is that, of course, there is at the time of ecological and social issues affecting an ever more increasing number of living organisms, we all, and also the collective consciousness, is raising and attempting to comprehend those matters. And this is when Food Culture Days was born. We apprehend those global topics rooted in a local context. For example, the fact that we are in the same city than the headquarters of Nestlé, but also the ecology around Vevey is quite interesting. It's very specific. We have the Alps, but we also have the lake. And this is important for us to address global topic rooted in a local context. We do that through different formats. We do that through convivial, democratic, and mainly free of cost formats. For example, exhibition, performances, intervention in public space, radio shows, publication. We really like to experiment with different formats and different practitioners. And I really believe that this notion of experimentation, especially like in Switzerland, is important to fight for, let's say. So we propose moment of encounter where food, plants, minerals, animals are apprehended for what they say about ourselves and the environment we inhabit. So the notion of platform is also immensely important for me because it has this notion of bringing together. I personally don't come from the cultural and the art background. I did the hospitality management school in Switzerland, but this notion of hospitality and of this notion of bringing together around the table was something that always motivated me a lot and I was very passionate about. And because I believe that art is this vector of emancipation and circulation of knowledge and community building, I choose art and culture as a modus operandi. But I still really wanted to stay in this field of hospitality. So I brought everything together within this platform. A platform as a bridge, creating bridges, creating relationships. And we all know that food is all about relationships. So something also that I want to mention is the fact that within this platform, and when we bring together different field of expertise, we really try to not hierarchize the knowledges. For us, really, everyone is an expert in their domain, and fields, marketplace, public spaces, domestic spaces like kitchen, for example, are also really potent spaces for knowledge circulation and conviviality. So this is very important for us. So now so this was the platform. This is the umbrella project, let's say, that you see here. And then the main project is a Biennale format that happen every 2 years in Vevey, but we also do field research. We also have an editorial digital platform that we launched in September. And then we also have, of course, a lot of different collaborations. So I remember when I started Food Culture Days, I was thinking, oh, hey, it's interesting. Human have always been defined by the tools and also the technologies that they were using. Started with agriculture, with fire, windmills, transportation, smartphone. And so I was asking myself, what tools do we need to create what tool do we need in order to create let's say, to do the work that we want to do with this platform? And also, what tools do we need to build a strong community that can support these goals and support other communities' goals? Could a platform like Food Culture Days be a kind of technology in itself? And this is how also the different projects started. For example, the field research, Boca Boca, and the collaboration, and of course also the Biennale, because we really believe in the power of being together. So by practicing radical hospitality, Food Culture Days invites a transgenerational audience to connect and engage in urgent social and environmental issues, such as our relationship with the environment, soils, narrative, and foodscapes, seed, and access to resources, and cultural identity, and the notion of terroir, the narrative stemming from migration, colonization, collective memory, and the production of knowledge, as well as some question concerning the value of tradition within experimenting potential and desirable futures. So I'm going to start with our main project, one of the tools, that we use to address those topics, which is the Biennale in Vevey. The Biennale is basically 10 days, historically 4, but now like 10 since 2023. Also because we wanted to slow down like the rhythm of like the Biennale, let's say, and this 4 days very quickly. So we decided to do 10 days, but historically was 4. And basically, we invite artists and all the practitioners that I mentioned before to come together and to present some work. It's visual arts, performing art, some project of architecture in the public space, projections, talks, but also some perennial action on the territory. For example, this year we planted like a planetary wheat field with ancient grains in order to bring people together to the field and to use this field and this 1 year of cultivation as a place for interaction and exchange about resources, seed appropriation, food sovereignty, and also some more like science-based experiment. So this Biennale, how does it work? Basically, because we don't want to stay in our little bubble, we launch an open call every 2 years, an international open call that usually is also a good way for us to see like who has access to what we produce and what we do, and who feels also called by this open call. And we're always very happy to see that scientists, anthropologists, philosophers, artists are answering in a myriad of ways and with very different type of projects. We have access of curation during this Biennale. You can see some pictures here of some projects. We have some access of curation this year in 2023. We decided to work around subjects that they arise from the field research. They represent some urgencies and topics that were brought, let's say, visible to or make visible to us through the field research. And this year, so there is 3 axes. It's not really thematic; it's more axes. One is the territory as a space for confrontation between local and global dynamics. Second is the commons, considered as a place for experimentation and framework for organization and social action model. And then the artistic creation axis, which is really asking ourselves the potential and role of the artistic creation in addressing social and environmental challenges. So here you can see like, different projects in Vevey, different spaces. For example, the Indonesian collective Bakuda Pane that we already worked with in the past, Christian Sleiman, and this is the pilot project of Alexandra Baumgartner, the planetary wheat field, like before the one she did in Vevey. So, and this is for us, like really just finishing with the Biennale. For us, is really the momentum. It's really the moment where we try to get the most people come to the Biennale, because also it's free of charge, except for the meals that we ask for a donation, or sometimes we have also different prices. But it's really the moment that we want to be with each other and to exchange and to leave the different projects together. So, with the huge, let's say, privileges that Switzerland also has in terms of funding, in terms of resources, we believe that it's also our part of our job to also redistribute those resources and create an event where as much people as possible can also join. And we're still learning every day about how to do that the best. Okay, that was for the Biennale. And then we have the field research that I won't talk too much about it today because I want to focus on the 2 other, which is more the Boca and the collaboration. But we just finished those 6-month field research in Europe and also in Mexico. And it's an ongoing research. Like, we don't want to just stay in Europe at all, but we also believe that it's very important to first understand our environments in order to then create bridges with other geographies. About Boca, which is the online editorial project that we launched in September. Here again, it was for us a way of basically giving our community of practice a tool and a place where we could deepen some of the thematics that we present during the Biennale, but it's every 2 years. So sometimes it feels a little bit like, wow, we need to wait so long to actually share and exchange about topics that interest us. But also we were thinking about how can we like share governance in a way, like, or share ownership with this platform. So the way it works is that we invite guest editors in each cycle. We are not the one like the only like guest like editors, let's say. We invite guest editors, and then they can commission with a specific like budget that we offer. They can commission multimedia projects. And the way we see that also, and it worked pretty well with the first cycle, is okay, with these resources, the initial resources, we can create a digital project that sometimes is easier to produce because it's digital. But then with this cycle, the practitioners, the guest editors, and also the artists that participated in this cycle and produce works can go and ask for extra funding, for example. So the first cycle that was around the commons, and we created with Tamires Matarozzi and Alejandra Monteverde from Brazil and Peru. It allowed them to go back with the funding bodies and say, okay, this is already the research that we've done. Now we want to do it we would like to do it in an analog way in Brazil or in Peru. Are you in? And it worked with this first cycle. So it's also like how to redistribute what we have as resources here. It's text, it's multimedia. So yeah, this is a great tool to deepen a bit the thematic, because also I feel social media is great, but again, it's so quick. Like we don't really go deep into the thematics. And then the collaboration, which is also a very important and a very beautiful part of Food Culture Days since the beginning, because it's a Swiss project, but has an international reach. I want to present 3 of those collaboration that we've been doing. The first one is the most recent one. It's called Fungi Cosmology. It's a 3-year residency between Lab Verdi in Brazil, in the Amazon, Cap Patagonia, in Tierra del Fuego in Chile, and Switzerland in the Alps. And it's an art and science kind of long-term residency program where all the practitioners, so scientists, artists, and curators, are traveling to different territories and researching around the fungi, the relevance of the fungi, and also what language can we create and elaborate what I don't like the term new, but what alternative also knowledge and language can we develop through the meeting, through the crossroad of art and science also. Then we have more, also we have some collaboration in Switzerland. I know that Anne-Laure Franchette with Teti and also Gabi spoke before about Teti mobile soil. So we did like an event with them in Zurich in the greenhouse of Kenza. And again, a way for us to experiment with different formats, with food, with arts, with agroecology. And the best was that there was a series of 3 events, and we could experiment with, okay, do we want to be seated? Do we want to be standing? Do we want to be moving? And it's great to have those kind of experimentation, like in general, to have feedback, to have time to have feedback with with people, with practitioners, with the people involved and the public also. And then we also did like because I'm also based in Berlin, we did a collaboration with a newspaper that is called Arts of the Working Class in Berlin. They came to us saying like, we really like what you do with Food Culture Days. Should we try to just concise a little bit that through exchanges and concise that in the Extrablatt, which is a supplement of the edition about food that was called By the Hand That Feeds You, Food Eats the Soul. That was the number 16. that you can also still buy online, which is really, really powerful and great. And here, because it was the COVID edition, like of Food Culture Days in 2020, the Biennale edition, like in the middle of COVID, we decided to turn certain project into like a newspaper version. So this is the kind of also the result, the fruit of this collaboration. And then because we like so much working together, we also did like a more community event, which was a market, sold for food market in Berlin, which was also a way to give back to the people in a more, again, analog way, because I really believe that the conviviality, and also when we're talking about food, is very important to also be together. I think that's it for Food Culture Days. I'm always a bit worried to give too much information and then it's too packed. So I try to focus on some important parts of Food Culture Days. Maybe I would like to just finish by saying that as a platform, we are here to disseminate and to give visibility to different voices, to different realities. And this is also a platform that we want to share with you, with the practitioners. So please connect with us if you feel called by what I say today, and also come and visit us if you are in Europe or in Switzerland for the next Biennale, which will happen from the 26th of May to the 4th of June in Vevey, and we will make sure to help you to organize your stay and make you part of it. So yeah, this is it. Here you go.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you for that very good presentation. Would you request you to just hold on? So we have a discussion. Actually, it's the last sort of panel of the 3 days, and we have we hopefully like a rich discussion about everything. So may I invite Aastha here and Lauren and Rohan to join us on the stage. And we have now Marc, Margaux, and Aastha, Lauren, and Rohan. And I'm sure you must have thought of questions by now, because so the floor is open. It's going to kick off. Maybe I should start with Aastha with some questions I had posed to her.
Yeah.
And would you like to respond to any of those, or repeat the questions to respond?
No. So you basically said how do we not make it a best laid plans that go wrong? Often with working with communities, that happens. Right. One of the things is that I focus on location and long-term projects, so it's not situated around a grant. And this is Rajendra Negi. The area, as I mentioned, is Beat Bachao. So enough and more researchers and journalists and go and take the stories, extract the information, and leave, never to be seen again. I have met filmmakers who've gone there who never bothered to show the film to Sudeshna ji while the film was made on her. So one thing I was sure of, that I would keep going back regularly and on my own cost and money, and not make it a grant related issue. Otherwise there are deadlines, and you trivialize the project and put it into these bite-sized 3-month things. I don't think that worked for me. So that. The second is also, as a woman, I don't have land. I can go anywhere and be anyone's villager. So that kind of liberated me in some way. I know it could be read as a very terribly sad thing, but to me it is quite liberating that I don't actually belong anywhere. And also it's caste. So the village and most of the people I work with are from the same sub-caste as mine. So when they met me, they accepted me as one of their own. In 2012, I was invited to be on the board of the radio station as the only outsider, non-Uttarakhand artist on their board. So.
Right. We come back to you Lauren and Rohan? Responses while other people ask questions, responses to what you see here as foraging practices and local food cultures. Are they the kind of stories you would imagine are addressing the issues you raised?
So maybe for us, we would be more interested in conversations not around soil, but around land. And the reason for that is because when you focus on land, you're forced to confront the history of land. So you're forced to ask yourself certain questions about who owns the land, who owned the land before this. Behind every piece of private property, there's a really violent history, right? And if you focus on soil in a vacuum, then that history is sort of forgotten. So a much more holistic way to think about or to talk about, or to focus on like socioeconomic problems is to focus on the land itself. And indigenous people everywhere, they're not really fighting for soil back. They're fighting for land back. We're fighting for land redistribution because that's where the consolidation happens, right? And the soil is a slightly more, it's a slightly more top layer. It's a more surface level, way to approach the problem. Whereas if you focus on the land itself and the history of the land, then I think it's a much more meaningful conversation because you can focus on the story of the land.
So what kind of stories do you focus on?
Around land?
Yes, because you said you like telling stories, and so we like to hear some of the stories which you think address the kind of politics you are pointing towards.
Well, communities fighting for land back, right? These are stories that, why are they fighting for land back? If you look at, say, communities in India, say like the Naxalbari movement and all of that, why are they, some of them are violent movements also. But then why do they fight? What is the conflict? Where does the conflict lie? The conflict does not lie in soil. It lies in the fact that they have been displaced from their lands and they're trying to reclaim these lands, right? So these are the kind of stories we like to center. Stories where justice and power is at the center of the problem. And yeah, it's, when we focus on the soil itself, it just looks like a bunch of people fighting over, nonsensical things. But then when we look at the history of the land itself, it uncovers a lot more truth about the culture.
So, I mean, that's argumentative what you're saying, but I wonder if anybody in the soil assembly would like to react to that. Provocation. Nobody? You're willing to whimper and hide again and below the bench? No response?
No. Actually, Kerala is. Can you hear me? Yeah. In Kerala is one of the places where we had this land redistribution. Hi.
Yeah, Vivek. Why don't you come up here? You're completely in the dark.
Kerala is one of the places where we have had this kind of land distribution, redistribution, because that was a major problem. Like after independence, I think Vinoba Bhave tried to do that. Bhutan movement and all was also part of that. There are so many people fighting for land and not able to own land. And also the laws in the country also, like sometimes you don't feel like a citizen in the sense you can't buy land somewhere else. You can't migrate. You can't, there are restrictions. The government has reasons for that. But I mean, people are working through that. But the fight has always been for land. And most histories are on land only. So that is the bigger picture. But now this is a time of crisis where the soil is problematic. So that is why we are discussing more about the soil, and we are more interested in that. that aspect. And I don't think it is nonsensical talk. It is not. It is, I think, the most important talk because people have to eat. I mean, most people eat 3 times a day. So then how do you preserve the land? And with all this climate change that is happening because of overland use of certain places, I mean, the soil has to be protected. The soil has been depleted of so many of what it has, of microbes and all that. So so enriching that soil becomes a very important part of our existence.
I think first of all, I don't think it's like a binary of one or the other, right? But I do think that what we have to recognize is that our relationship with the environment is a reflection of our relationship amongst ourselves, right? And that you want to look at climate change, you want to look at soil health, right? Let's start by looking at soil health. The healthiest soils are actually in lands governed by indigenous peoples today. That's where the majority of the biodiversity is. Those are democratic, decentralized systems of governance, of community governance, right? The result of that sustainability is a result of that justice within the social ecosystem, right? And so I think it's really important to recognize the systems that we're in place with right now. For instance, climate change is a crisis, right? But yet 1% of the world contributes over double of the CO2 than the bottom 50%, right? Like, who do you think controls all the land? Who do you think is perpetuating these systems? It's a class issue, and it becomes a deeply class conversation that we need to have as people, right? And I think that when you look at land and soil through a political lens, you're able to uncover that social dimension that can confront the very system rather than just gaslight humanity as a whole, right? And I think that's what we're trying to get at, right? Like, it's not, soil is a beautiful thing. It takes billions of years to create the billions of microorganisms that exist and that hold life as sacred, but yet it also sits in isolation as a depoliticized substance in the normative conversation of regenerative agriculture, right? And regenerative agriculture.
So I understand. I mean, I'm just curious, why do you think people in the room don't understand all what you're pointing towards, the politics of land? Why would you assume that's the case? And why would you assume that soil is a depoliticized subject? So that's a question I want you to leave with you right now, because I think people in the room do understand what you're saying. I'm more curious about the stories you want to tell. And I gave you the example of Anna Singh's story, the foraging mushrooms, and then the relationship to capital markets, which is a new way of telling a story about land and about land rights. So there are many ways to tell stories. So I'm just not comfortable at assuming that people in the room don't understand those stories. That's why the question asked, what are the stories you want to tell? But I'll come back to you.
Oh, yeah.
I want to now go to two of our guests on the screen, and I really want somebody in the room to ask them questions, or if they want to say something about what they've been hearing. Margaux and Marc.
Hello, am I audible? Can I ask a question to
Yes,
Marc?
please.
Okay, so I genuinely I was really excited when we got the opportunity to make a microscope with the help of Maya in class. And I wanted to know, how does Hacketeria as an organization find the perfect recipe to, give us this information? For example, with the microscopes, we were given all of these sets of, tools to kind of build our own. So I want to know, how does the back end of this work? Like, how does Hacketeria come up with finding and curating all of these, sources of information that they can pass over? Is there a team that sits and, creates this for months, or is it just trial and error all the time? So I'm really curious to know how the back end works.
Am I audible? Yes. I hoped I even explained already, answered your question in my talk, but obviously not. Well, there's two backends. One is more, let's say, institutional administratively. This is a bit challenging at the moment, but anyway, running a few of these online platforms, it's pretty affordable. It doesn't cost a lot of money. But the way we figured out how to develop, let's say, new workshop concepts and new instructions is exactly this, let's say, 2 weeks hack lab, where we give workshops to each other, we try something out and nothing works. So we're not in the pressure of the schoolroom already. Yeah? We are like in this playroom. Sometimes also with Yashas, we make this metaphor of like the band room you have with your band, where you jam, where you know, try out some tunes, and in the end you come up with maybe a song, and maybe a few months later you even perform it on stage. So we do these workshop jams at these temporary laboratories that I mentioned, these like 2-3 weeks of intercultural gatherings. We try out the workshop we have never done before, and then it gets shaped through the interactions from the other peers, and then maybe it's applied at the school, or it's applied at an art space, or it's applied with a bunch of hackers. So it's really this having also as a creative, having sometimes these playgrounds. I think it's crucial to develop these new workshop modules instead of just like sitting at home and thinking about something, and you have this deadline in 2 weeks to perform at, let's say, a more formal institutional environment. I hope that answers your question.
Maybe I also say something to the ideas of how to develop something, and mainly is like open source, which stands behind. So we don't invent stuffs from the new thing. Like we take things that are existing already, ideas like Cedric Carl, who from Atelier 21, who showed us all those brilliant licenses that never had success, and now they become interesting again. So internet is there and has all this information, and the research as well. There's a lot of information in the internet, but nowadays we have this problem of fake news, too much individualism again, like social media. And so what also defines Hack Theory is also to work collaboratively, right? So this idea that spending a lot of time together with your friends and thinking of one subject and try to find solution towards this. It's not an invention from today to tomorrow. It takes time, of course. Yes. Yes. So.
There's a question I'd like to ask Margaux.
Please.
So I'm really interested in this, in Vevey, the biennial you propose and you hold actually, and the next one is happening in a few months. Yeah. So what do you see happening after the biennial? What kind of conversations? Have you seen conversations change? What role does it have in making people more involved or think differently?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for this question, and coming back also to Vevey, let's say, because I also realized that my presentation, I mentioned that it was also like the headquarters of Nestlé, but for what do we do with that? For us, let's say the most important is to actually propose like an alternative narrative to the one of exploitation and violence and social injustice, even if it's in a small scale, because it's true also that like in Switzerland, through the abundance and the resources, some of the topics sometimes can feel very like far away from, like, I would say us, because I don't want to like differentiate myself from the public or anyone. But so it's like, how do we also engage with those topics in a specific context that is that is quite foreign to some of the violences that we discuss also today, also in the presentation of a growing culture. I like to think about a festival or an event as a short moment where we can actually present or imagine together what it could be if we could imagine something more sustainable, fair, ethical. So step by step with Food Culture Days, we try to do that. Like we try to take care of course, the environmental impact, but also the social impact, and also to involve like the public into those questions. Why is it important? Why is it important also for you, even though you don't, you're not maybe related to this topic? And then I'm coming back to this notion of questioning how do we relate to each other, and how do we relate to the environment? And I really believe in the power of experiences more than so much like statistics in a way. And yeah, I think because of the situatedness of having Nestlé in the city also, I hope that it can bring attention and that it can open discussion, and also like just show that we are concerned and we are holding them accountable also in a way. Yeah, without being too like also let's say romanticizing that there is a discussion that can happen, but I think it's quite unique and crucial that there is actually an event that is talking about social injustice, social inequalities, environment, ecology in the city. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but I think we just try to do the best we can with at the same time not trying to repeat like systems of oppression or power structure. But it's really hard. It's hard because we're so embedded in it. So I guess it's also an open invitation to engage with us in any way, and to hold also us accountable as a Swiss platform to our intentions. Yeah.
What kind of programming accompanies a biennial?
What kind of programming? Sorry.
About programming or activating the biennial during the biennial.
Oh yeah, sure. So it's very like broad program. We have around 40 participants in 2023, 60 projects. Let's say you arrive, you have the opening in the central location that is this year half a kitchen, half a gathering space, half an exhibition space. But having the kitchen in the public space for us was very important, also to reclaim like the public space as a space for again, exchanges, conviviality, free speech. So this is one of our main projects this year. And then we have a programmation of collective cooks, chefs, artists, migrants that are invited into this kitchen to take over. There is really carte blanche, and they can present during one day whatever they want. They can cook food for a lot of people. It can also be very symbolical. And then there is the more, the more artistic also programmation, which then is a program of screening around. This year we have actually also the film of The Mushroom Speaks, but we also have a collective called Seasonal Neighbors that addresses question of coexistence within the countryside of Europe, and notion of like feeling home and movement, also in relation to seasonal labor in different parts of Europe. Then you will have collective meals, workshops. As I say, it's quite participatory and also like collaborative. And then this year, also to kind of balance a little bit the more collaborative actions, we have an art exhibition within through the city, in places like cafe, restaurant, and some small hotels, because we want to reclaim like those spaces as spaces for exchange of knowledge and culture, no? Because working in this field since now, like 2017, a lot of also cultural institutions or artistic institutions are still a little bit reluctant to like fund food. You know, it's like, why is food like culture? And for me, it's still completely nonsense that we have to make a point and we have to prove that what we're doing is culture. So because of that, we decided to exhibit like some pieces, some projects in those spaces. So in very emblematical, cafes, very old, historical restaurants, and to make people discover also the variety, the diversity of the local scene and the local gastronomy scene, in Vevey. Because there is not only like the food museum of Alimentarium or like the headquarters of Nestlé. Vevey is also very vivid and actually very also involved in food politics. Like there is also a lot of project with food, like agricultures. Like it's moving. So and then like every kind of a lot of the different projects are thought to engage with the public and to create moment of suspension, let's say, in the daily life of the public and be together.
I come back to you about your multicultural background and how that helps in the idea of culture. I'll come back to you in a moment, but going to Aastha, we still have a few minutes, right? Going to Aastha, how would you have experience of working in with Beach Bachao Andolan and people who are trying to protect the productivity of the land for the sake of the land itself, in a sense. What's been your experience in the Himalayas about relationship between productivity of land, the economies, local economies, and the land itself? Get you another one here.
No, yeah. They still have good fertile land. They still have seed banks, but that's not the trend anymore. And advertising influences the way we think so much. Not a single child wants to grow up to be a farmer. And so the relationship with the land is kind of fractured. And the people who are now slowly coming, if at all they are, moving from the cities back to now buying land from the farmers so that they can live that life. And it's come a full circle. And I hope that that's not the case. I hope that this intervention.
What is it you're trying to do? You're going to start, you're going to recreate the local systems?
To create an argument around these notions that we have because of the popular cinema culture that we consume, that this must be done. And that this is the better life. And this idea of better, I think, needs to be subverted and questioned. And with this, the school that we are doing, we do it with the radio station anyway. But I think at the school, it really comes together with the Rajendra at one level talking about practices that belong to a certain time and era. And me trying to work, making their school curriculum more localized, relevant. And hopefully, we'll have at least one or two who would want to be farmers when they grow up. And not just work in the big city, because a lot of the people who leave the valley don't, a lot of them, work in hotels, etc., and live in clustered homes. And the life is not very good, actually. So, yeah.
So how would you see the idea of land productivity and land in rural India, in non-urban India, where people are not able to inhabit the land because of productivity issues? So if you're very small land holding, like a 1 acre or 2 acre land holding, you cannot produce enough food there to be able to survive and make the product productive. So how will you differentiate the idea of land? And associated with that is the question of who owns the land within the family structure as well. So what's the gender relationship of land in terms of legal laws and etc.? So how would you then separate the idea of productivity from the idea of land itself? Because you talked of food and agriculture, and then you say soil is not important. So I want you to talk about that.
I think soil is very important. I don't think that's what you meant, or though. So I do think soil health is an incredibly important aspect of productivity. I think the challenge becomes productivity in the angle of what productivity for who, right? And I think what we've seen in many systems, especially in India, is 1 hectare of land can produce an incredible amount of food. If that is a monoculture and it's designed for the market, it might not produce enough compensation for that farmer to be a net food purchaser, to be able to buy at the store. But if that farmer was producing for themselves and their community in a diverse way, that would actually be extremely productive. And this is where like the power of language comes in again, which I think was at the heart of that misunderstanding before, right? Where how we center these words, like in a growing culture, we use the word peasant versus farmer, right? And we use that mostly intentionally. And a lot of people ask us, why do you use that word, right? And that's because the word peasant means to live with and off the land. It's having control over that production system. The word farmer comes from French Latin ferme, which is to rent and to lease. And it's actually like a feudal relationship with a dominant land system or a market, right? And the empire or the state. And so the peasantization of agriculture, where communities were in charge of what they were growing and feeding for themselves, was actually a threat to a lot of the state. And so they pushed against that and pushed people into monoculture models. And so those are the models that haven't been productive for farmers. They might have been productive for the corporations.
So I'm saying that what about models which are trying to recover productivity of land in a biodiverse way as a way of keeping people on the land?
Absolutely.
In an economic way, not have farmer suicides, but actually occupy the land, not because somebody's taken it away from them, because it's just not productive enough to stay there. So how would you then differentiate productivity of land? And I'm not saying it has to be monoculture or genetically modified and market oriented only, but markets can also shift. For example, the current shift towards millets from wheat and rice is a recent shift. So markets also shift in terms of what kind of seeds are grown there. So I'm just sort of questioning your premise that soil is apolitical, land is political, and the two are separate. Bruno Latour calls soil the 20 centimeters of the critical zone. So, and there's a reason why he does that. But I'm just sort of wondering about your declaration that this is apolitical and nonsense. So that's the words you use. So I sort of need to react to that.
Actually, Marx talks about the metabolic rift.
Yeah.
Where in a capital society, land gets so used up and degraded that there will be this metabolic rift. I don't know who can become more political than Marx. Karl Marx, I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, so
it's about the soil. The soil degradation.
So I'd like to clarify. Okay, what I call nonsensical was in relation to the Naxalbari movement, which I made in reference to, how if you see that conflict in isolation with just the soil alone, it sounds like a nonsensical conflict because you cannot make sense of why the conflict is there in the first place. Right? That's the context in which I said nonsensical. And the only way you can make sense and understand where the community is coming from is if you look at the history of the land. The soil being apolitical is a different point, but then that's where the nonsensical bit came, and I realized that that's probably been taken out of context.
No,
but the soil bit, I'll tell you why I have a contention with soil in the first place, and why I have a contention with the way in which it is used right now. It's not soil that's inherently wrong. Soil has no fault of its own that it deserves, like me calling it apolitical. It's because of the co-option of soil by many popular movements that it is simply not sufficient to have a proper conversation about soil health
Which
anymore.
movements are you referring to?
I'm Safe Soil.
Sadhguru. No,
Yeah.
we're not discussing Sadhguru. Yeah, sorry.
Sadhguru doesn't.
No,
depend on
but
this
I'm
section.
saying
We're talking serious movement.
I'm saying that
Sadhguru is not a movement. He's a religious figure.
So
if you can tell me
Safe Soil is very much a movement now.
If you can tell me which movement has appropriated soils and make it apolitical, I'll be happy to hear that. A people's movement around the world, including in Latin America, I'll be pleased to hear that, because I think we are not. I think it's trivializing the question of soil. That's the reason I'm objecting to what you're saying, and I want you to defend it. I'm giving you a chance to defend it.
No, actually, what about eco-socialism?
Okay.
The metabolic rift and the eco-socialism. How informed are you about that? What are you, and what is your idea about Naxalism in India? How old are you?
How old am I? How is it relevant?
We have come through this Naxal movement. Yeah, we have seen it around. We have grown with it.
Okay.
So don't talk about the Naxal movement like that. Don't trivialize it.
I was talking about the history and asking you to look beyond the soil itself.
I'm sorry, we're not discussing because it's a very complex movement. So it's not to do with only land. So it's a complex movement. It's centered around the idea of land rights, but it's complex in the political environment it was. And so when you evoke that, then he has a right to discuss that with you, right? That's what I'm saying. So
we can discuss it.
Yeah.
I'm open to discussing it, but then how does my age have anything?
So it actually, it sort of goes beyond the remit of this.
Sorry about
this
that.
discussion. Before I wrap up, I'd like to do two things. Firstly, is invite everybody who's still there to say the last few words, and starting with Margaux, if you want to say that. And I ask you this question about your cultural diversity in an increasingly diverse Switzerland, from what I've seen. And how does that help in terms of food as culture idea, or anything else you might want to end with?
So maybe because it's also a big topic. So maybe I wrap up by just saying that all of the work that I've seen like today and are immensely inspiring to me. And maybe because the talk was also about community, that I'm very grateful to be challenged like every day by other practitioners' work. Because I've been following also a growing culture like a lot like in the recent years. I'm very just happy to say thank you. And also to you guys, to the Soil Assembly, that has been super nice to just follow your step, and everything was incredibly well organized. So thank you so much for bringing us together today.
Thank you, Margaux. Thank you for joining us from Bebe. And is Marc still there, or has he thought it's been a long time? Maybe he's not there anymore. Okay. Well, if he comes back then. So, Aastha?
I think this question came up in the morning to ask Suresh, how an artist and a farmer, and that question. I was thinking about, and I feel that the kalakar is very different from the artist, and to be the kalakar is a different trope within the Indian scenario. We still imagine the kalakar as someone who hangs a harmonium around the neck and goes village to village, somebody who has no real agenda, which was kind of nice. So it's nice to be a kalakar in India and not an artist.
Rohan and
Thank you. I was so inspired by what you said, especially I loved when you talked about how artists break rules. That was inspiring. Thank you for inviting us to this place. It's my 5th time in India, 1st time in Kochi. It's a beautiful place, and I just want to take that moment to share gratitude for being here. And being on this talk. I think Marc came back now, so I also want to make sure he gets a chance.
Sure.
But thank you, everyone, and really look forward to tapping into the world's most renewable resource, which is collaboration.
Wonderful. We are glad to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. Yes, and after we give him a, you want to say a few words before?
Yeah. Just I'd like to first apologize
No, please.
I don't know what happened.
Arguments are part of democratic thinking and moving ahead. So
And
please don't apologize.
yeah,
It wasn't
I
meant
think
to put you in a spot. But
sure.
good discussions need good arguments, both sides. I believe
So
that.
okay. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for like inviting us into the space. I guess it's kind of an alien space for us also because interacting with the art community and how it interacts with food, and it's pretty interesting to see all the intersections. And I didn't realize that the space was so broad. And
It's actually more than just the arts community. There's an academic community, a political community, a practitioners community, and actually the best collaborations are between people who challenge each other. So thank you for coming. Marc, your last words, please, for this session.
Enjoy your time together.
Thank you.
I'm sad I'm not there. Bye-bye.
Bye. And now I'll hand it to, the second thing was handed to Meena to present how this you want to close the ceremony and close the event, etc. And for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Hello, the event's still not over. We still have 2 more days to go. And both the days we are going to have film screenings now by people who made the films. Is Vasanthi here? Vasanthi, can you come up and talk about the films tomorrow and day after? So Vasanthi, Dr. Vasanthi Das has curated the films. So Vasanthi, if you can just come and say a few words about the films for tomorrow and day after. Oh, you are here. I'm looking at the light. Please come a little early than the 6 o'clock because Neil is leaving day after. So the official closing, which we were planning to do day after, we will do some bits tomorrow and then the day after.
Good evening, and it's not just me curating. Ewen also participated in it. I mean, maybe he got dragged into it. So the films put together are by both of us, and for my part, I kind of also maybe misunderstood, but maybe not. So instead of taking it as soil, I was looking at critical zone, and in that composition, it is also connected with Gaia and also critical zone in terms of soil, water, and all the material around it, etc., air as well, and so on. So I thought of making an assemblage of all these different things. But I did not end up because I didn't get some of the films that I wanted. But we are screening Ursula Beeman's work, a Swiss filmmaker, and we will also be screening Sohil Vaidya, an Indian filmmaker, and that will be Murmurs of the Jungle. And Ursula Beeman is about water, and Ewen and Ewen's films also are here along with the So anyway, the film is about mushrooms, not mushrooms. It is about fungi. And the other one is, finally, on the last day, we will be screening mushrooms, or the mushroom speaks. So we are just giving some voice to different kind of aspects of the soil and related to soil. I don't want to kind of talk too much about it now because tomorrow when we are going to screen, it would be much better. So Yeah, that's what I would like to say. But they are beautiful films, and I mean to say, I don't like to call beautiful films because aesthetics is important, but rather because in Ursula's case, definitely she tries to kind of make us see finally how beautiful the earth is and what are we doing to it. And she kind of has a visual sample of water, like just like the critical zone scientists collect water samples, soil samples, and take it to the laboratory. She is bringing visual samples of water from Arctic to the South American countries. So that's my.
Thank you and good night. Evan wants to say something.
I suggest we do a collective photo on stage. Everybody on stage, take a group photo of the assembly.
Yes.
Yes, please, everybody come.